The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The Grand Chess Tour returns in glorious fashion with the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest. The game's best players are ready to dazzle the world from the capital of Romania. The first round started off with sizzling games across the boards, but most simmered into fighting draws. However, a draw was not enough for American Wesley So, who kicked off the event by defeating reigning GCT champ Alireza Firouzja in a come-from-behind victory. The rust has been knocked off, and the world's best are ready to shine. Day 2 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic, held in Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in front of the Romanian National Theatre, an iconic landmark here in the center of Bucharest, as we are waiting for the players to arrive and start the battles over the chessboard. Who's going to come on top today? Let's go to the studio and find out.
We welcome you to the first step on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Superbet Romania. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Naji, I thought you were terrific. Your first outing as a commentator, and you just nailed it yesterday.
Oh, thank you so much.
It was great. It was great. You were great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. We are in round 2, and round 1, although there weren't many results, boy, there was a lot of really good, hard fighting chess, something that we've really come to expect from these illustrious players. Let's take a look at our standings, Naji, after the first round.
Right, we already have a leader in the tournament.
Right.
American Wesley So, who won a beautiful game yesterday against Alireza Firouzja.
The only player to win, in fact.
Right, and the rest of the field right now are sharing second place.
Sharing that. And the format for our competition.
Right, we have a 10-player round robin with a classical time control. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves,
Right.
30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and we have a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
And our schedule for our opening event.
Right, we have a total of 9 rounds, and today we'll start round 2.
Right.
On Thursday, May 11th, the players will get a rest day, and after that, they'll be back to finish 4 rounds.
Wonderful. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Var. Congratulations yourself. The first day, you had a great day broadcasting as well. Good to see you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser. I'm very glad to be here. It was a lot of fun yesterday calling the moves with you guys. And we have some very exciting games coming up today. And the leader, Wesley So, won an incredible game yesterday with the black pieces against Firouzja. Let's take a look at the winners of the Grand Chess Tour. 2015, Magnus Carlsen won. 2016, Wesley So. 2017, Magnus Carlsen again. 2018, Hikaru Nakamura. 2019, Liren. And 2021, Wesley So. And last year, of course, Alireza Firouzja. And last year's winner of this tournament was NVL. And they're really good chess and dominated this event. Let's take a look at a head-to-head. He's facing Wesley So today, and look at the stats. 6 wins, only 1 loss, and 20 draws. Probably the only player in the world who has such a dominating score against Wesley So. And we can go to Romania to our friend Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, Var, and welcome, chess fans, for day 2 here in Bucharest, Romania at the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic. And what an explosive first day of chess we had yesterday. That game in particular between Fabiano Caruana and the prodigy, the Romanian prodigy, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, only 21 years of age, and he's already a super grandmaster, 2700. That one was an intriguing battle, I have to say. Fabiano brought in an explosive opening preparation with that rook to c1 and f3, no castle on the board, but it was just simply not enough to take the full point home. Bogdan-Daniel Deac, I have to say, defended quite well in that one. And there is one Jan-Krzysztof here in Bucharest as well. He's probably seconding Anish, Giri, and he did mention that if you try too hard against Wesley so to get an advantage with the white pieces, you will get punished. And that's exactly what happened with Alireza. Alireza got a tense position out of the opening, maybe a slight advantage with the white pieces, but after that, slowly, he got himself in time trouble situation, and Wesley was just clinical and extremely precise to take home the full point and become the early leader in the event. The atmosphere here in Bucharest is just simply electrifying. The fans are ready, we are ready as commentators, and I'm sure the players are ready to start day 2 action as well. Back to you guys in St. Louis.
Thank you, Christian. Looks like a nice crowd. Everybody's ready. And as we get ready for round 2, lay the table for our viewers and tell them what they can expect in terms of pairings.
Right, let's take a look. We have exciting matchups. On board 1, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing our tournament leader, Wesley.
That's got to be our marquee matchup right there. MVL with +6. Right. And only one loss to Wesley. That's remarkable. Please continue.
We have Anish Giri against Firouzja.
Right.
Rapport against Duda.
Nice.
Deac versus Nepomniachtchi. And our champion Ding against Fabiano Caruana.
That's another very, very nice marquee matchup indeed, as we get a view of the players there getting all set. I just want to talk for a moment about the drawing of lots, because clearly with 9 rounds, some players are going to get 5 blacks or 5 whites. When the Sinquefield Cup comes around, then they'll switch so that they will balance out. I also want to say that for Wesley, what a terrible start, because he gets black against the #1 seed, Alireza. Then he gets black against the guy who's beating him like a drum. I mean, what a...
But he's doing great so far.
Yeah, but he's doing great, and he's in first place. So, I mean, if he gets through today's challenge, and it is a challenge, when somebody really has your number and you don't feel comfortable against that player, then bad things happen. But if he gets through today's challenge, watch out. Wesley could be very formidable. In any case, lots of hard fights. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total prize fund of $350,000. Nice. And the first place winner is going to get $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000.
As you said, very handsome prize fund all the way down to 10th place, $10,000. Lots of Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs. You win clear first, you get a bonus of an extra GCT point of 13. Tie for first, and you start splitting the points. The player who has the most GCT points at the end of the tour gets an additional $100,000 bonus. As we're getting ready for some opening ceremonial first moves, we've got some real celebs making these moves, and we're expecting a lot of old. Let's jump to Bucharest, listen to the PA announcement. If you need me to translate, just let me know.
I do, please help. I think you're speaking Romanian, right?
Right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good guess. We have Gary Kasparov on the screen.
Yeah, Michael Kordakovsky's longtime aide on his left.
We'll be making ceremonial first moves.
Yes.
Este o zi în care profităm și de prezența unuia dintre partenerii importanți ai turneului, care fac posibil acest turneu. Și este vorba de First Bank. Aplauze pentru First Bank. Thank you, First Bank, for being here.
Yeah, we have, I'm not sure if this is Jay Flowers, who is the CEO and chairman of JC Flowers, or whether it's Hank, who is actually the executive chief operating officer of First Bank. So take your pick. Is it Jay Flowers or Hank? I'm not sure. He will be making the opening ceremonial move for Ding Liren, the world champion. And it's sort of like, Ding?
We see
Can I?
before again.
You're right. There you have it, Jay Flowers. Very nice. And Ding took the move back.
And now, of course, because it's still these days with us, Garry Kasparov will make a first move for Richard Rapport, representing Romania against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Typically Richard, H3. No. What? F3?
Knight F3. Knight F3. I don't think Gary was very happy with Knight F3.
Right. Very conservative.
Yes.
Flexible.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Kasparov. Hank Parve-Cooper, again from First Bank, our important sponsor here for the tournament, will make a first move at the third table today. He's the president of the executive committee and member of the board of directors at First Bank.
And this is Hank, executive chief operating officer for First Bank.
Și avem și o doamnă astăzi alături de noi, doamna Incr.
Now for this lady, I've actually practiced her name, Ilinka Rossetti. She is the operating partner for JC Flowers and Company. Ilinka. Well, you're supposed to say, well done, Yasser. You did that real good.
You did a great job.
Thank
yes.
you. That's all I wanted to hear. And look at her D2, D4. Proudly played.
Mulțumim și doamnei Incr și mulțumim încă o dată First Bank pentru sprijinul acordat competiției.
I love the live audience.
Yes.
So many people so excited to watch.
And two nations that no longer exist, the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, when you played in the playing hall, oftentimes it was standing room only. Like, just stop, standing room only. And the crowds, they knew when the bowler boy made the wrong move, they would be whistling and booing. It was great stuff. I mean, the very, very knowledgeable chess players. Uh-oh, this one is new on me. I had 3, not 4. Here we go. Don't get nervous.
We got 1 E4.
Yeah, at last. Actually, this is what I always like, is when they shake the players' hands. He was the first to do so, but I always like that when they come and shake the players' hands.
Vă mulțumim pentru răbdare. Thanks to the players for having patience before an important round, which is today. I'll give the referee the microphone now to start the round.
Look at that, full audience.
Yeah. I know that in Bucharest they also have commentary rooms and places where people can go and talk about the game. So this is just a section of the audience. It's not, the entire audience. And there's a media center, journalist room, and those journalists are enthusiastic fans as well.
The players are excited to make the first move.
Var, do you feel nervous at these moments when everybody keeps talking? You want the arbiter to come and start the clocks?
Yeah, a little bit sometimes, especially if it's like a really important tournament and you kind of want to get going and start playing chess.
Exactly. Heavyweight matchup here. New world champion Ding Liren facing Fabi.
Yeah, And he will want to take advantage of his second white pieces.
Exactly. He didn't get, actually,
He got surprised
anything.
yesterday.
Yeah, against MVL. MVL
Right.
played Queen's Gambit, accepted, and had a pretty easy time.
Yeah, Greenfeld was expected.
Right. Now, Duda is just one of those players who has great promise, great potential, but we've been saying that for several years already, Var. But he hasn't made that breakthrough to what we might call the 2800 club.
Yes, I agree. He is an incredibly strong player. He had a really, really strong World Cup in 2021 in Russia.
Yeah.
And he impressed a lot of people there. He's still, I think, getting there, and I think he's almost there to make a big breakthrough.
All right, as the games are underway, I'm just going through the various.
Richard did ended up actually playing knight f3 on move 1.
And he kept it, by the
He
way.
kept
Yeah,
it,
I didn't bring it back. You might have seen Gary's reaction to the move knight f3. He was like, no. The problem was because his longtime scourge and rival, Vladimir Kramnik, was playing this strategic opening move knight f3. So Gary had to play knight f3, the move of Kramnik. And it was like, dude, give me a chance to play e4.
Understandable, but I am a fan of knight f3.
Right.
You're not letting your opponent know yet exactly what your plans are.
I think it's an excellent first move as well, of course. d4, knight f6. Wesley, doubtlessly, London system, bishop f4, not even bishop g5.
Wow.
Bishop f4.
I think after Ding won a game or two at the World Championship match with the London,
Yeah.
this opening will be more popular now than ever before.
Perfect.
Don't you think?
That's a great segue into, for you, Var, what is going on with the London? We know about this opening for 100 years already. And suddenly, in the 23rd century, it becomes popular, the London opening. Why?
Well, it's very interesting because it's especially like Ding playing this in the World Championship level and proving that he can get good positions. He won that one game with the white pieces and to equalize the match. So it's still playable. You're not going to get that much advantage, but you'll be able to get some playable positions and likely avoid the deep preparation of your opponent. But there is another game that caught my eye, is the game Anish Giri. He played the Slav exchange against Firouzja. And
We don't see the exchange variation that often anymore.
Yeah, we don't see it too often here, and I kind of like this opening because I've been playing it for a very long time.
Right.
And this particular line is very interesting. I can show some moves.
Sure.
Yeah, he played knight c3 here. Again, black had the option here to take on c4, but then you have the move e4 here, for example. We can play a4 as well. But he played knight f6, and now we have the exchange variation. And he starts with the move bishop f4. And there are some differences here. If you start with knight f3, then knight f3, there is knight c6, for example. But he wants to play for this early queen b3 idea. That's why he played the move bishop f4. And now we have knight c6, e3, and the move queen b3 here, instead of playing the normal knight f3. The point is now you're attacking on b7. And black really needs to play this move, knight a5 in this position. If you play queen b6, this endgame is considered slightly worse. After knight f3, the pawns are just weak on b6 and b7. If you play, if you try to defend, like you never really want to play the move b6 in this position, because then after bishop b5, it's going to be a really nice advantage here. b6 you want to always avoid in these positions. And if you play the move, for example, queen b3, queen d7, then there is knight f3. You have to be really careful. There are a lot of traps here, like, for example, e6. Now this is a big problem, knight e5, attacking the queen. If you capture, and here you will take back with the pawn, attacking the knight, and as soon as the knight moves, bishop b5.
Whoops.
Of course, we're not going to see anything like this happening in this game, but there are a lot of tricks in this position.
One of my favorite traps you just showed, and here we have a lifetime score. We need more database. Only 2 games, 2 classical games.
Yeah, it's a little strange that they haven't played so many games against each other.
Right. Well, again, Firouzja, even though he's a tall guy, he's actually really, really young. And it's only in the last 2-3 years that he's exploded onto the chess scene. So he hasn't really that many games against these top guys, but he belongs with the top guys.
Absolutely.
By the way, a lot more moves have been played. Go ahead and take us to the current position, Var, and tell us what the theoretical outcome is of the position they have on their board.
Yes, let's catch up on the moves here, and let's take a look here. So we play Queen B3, and Knight A5 is essentially forced in this position, which was played, attacking the Queen. But now Queen A4 check. The point of this move is now you're forcing the bishop to go back on D7, and then Black will play E6, and the bishop will be blockaded on D7. So Queen C2 and E6, and now the bishop is not as active on D7, but you do lose a couple of tempos with this Queen B3, Queen A4, Queen C2. I've actually played like this a few times. I had a game against Grandmaster Fressinet from France, so it's very tricky. White sometimes can get an advantage here. Bishop D3, Rook C8, Knight F3, Bishop B4. Now putting pressure on C3, and he went castle. So this is very important now. And a lot of times you want to play the move Knight E5 here. Right. So as far as theory, there are about 150 games I can see in this position. And Black can play castle here. Another option is, for example, Knight H5 to try to attack this bishop. In this case, White has an option to play Bishop E5, or, for example, can also play the move Bishop G5 here. So it's it's important to see now for which line Alireza will go for. But again, two top moves are here, castle and Knight H5. There are some games played with the move Knight C4 as well in this position. If you play Knight C4, then the Bishop C4 is important just to eliminate. If you take with the knight with the rook, then you're allowing the move Knight E5, putting pressure on the rook. And again, you still need to castle. So probably Knight C4 now would be my top choice in this position. But there are games, as you can see, Kramnik against Aronian had this position. So it's possible that we'll see this. So still no moves after castle here. So we'll see how Firouzja will continue here.
Thank you, Var.
Back to you guys.
We are lucky to have an expert in this line analyzing this game for us.
I know, it's great, right? Amazing what you can learn just by watching our program. I want to say, Naji, we have a theme in round 2. White is putting his bishop on F4, and not 1, not 2, but 3 of the games, in all different ways. We're getting a Queen's Gambit decline with the bishop on F4, Slav defense with the bishop on F4, and then the most direct of them all, London, with the bishop on F4. Let's run through some of these games. I've got the game up on my screen of Nepo. And we will remember this from the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano, where Magnus was putting his bishop on F4. It's far more traditional in the Queen's Gambit decline to have the bishop on G5, but the bishop on F4 has its own nuances, and you can enter some very, very sharp, concrete lines with the move C5.
Bishop F4, we see long castle more often from the white side,
yes,
right?
Yeah, we do.
If Black doesn't go, maybe immediately C5.
Right. You could play, for example, some move like B6 and takes.
Or even without taking, we can go Queen C2 and long castle, and then H4 and so on.
Let's have some fun. I mean, it's not our position.
Yeah.
We get the kings on opposite flanks, and like I say, those kinds of games lead to really double-edged stuff. But C7, C5 has long been considered the optimal way of equalizing against the move bishop F4. And why is that? When the bishop is on G5, the move C5 is frowned upon because after D4 takes C5, the natural recapture would leave the knight in a pin. So when the bishop goes to G5, the early C5 is rejected. But with the bishop on F4, C5 takes.
I think Queen C2 is
Queen
the main
C2.
Move here.
And it's funny, I just cited the World Chess Championship match of 2018, but this position I could cite the World Championship match of 1978, Baguio City, between Viktor Korchnoi and Anatoly Karpov with Queen C2, castles, long,
Castle's long.
knight d2, and they got some really, really ferocious games going on there. And I might just jump in with Var and ask him.
You can also
please.
see Deac at the board trying to remember the lines or deciding which line to play. He seems surprised by this opening choice
Right.
by Nepo. I don't think Nepo plays this very often.
This particular line? Yeah. I mean, again, I've always associated Nepo with the Grunfeld, but as he started winning World Candidates Tournament,
Right.
you could see that the repertoire became, Russian defense and, like super, super solid. This current position that Deac is studying, what are the vagaries of theory today? What are the modern ideas, Var?
Yeah, let's take a look. There's a major theory here, Yasser. I see about 3,000 games played in this position.
Wow.
Then let's take a look some of the moves here, and it looks like Deac is pausing a little bit, trying to decide what to do. A3 is one of the top moves here. Played over 1,000 games in this position. Another option here is to play Queen C2, as you mentioned, with the idea to play a long castle, but also sometimes you play the move Rook D1 in this position as well. So like, let's say Knight C6. And here again, you have many different options. A3 is the main move. Oftentimes, you want to play this move A3 in order to control the B4 square, so you don't have to deal with the move Knight B4. Another option here could be the move Rook D1 here as well. I've played these positions as black and as white as well. It's not easy to navigate through the complications. Sometimes there's so many different lines to go to, but definitely a lot of theory, and looks like Nepo is prepared to play this line. But another game actually caught my eye. I wanted to show you is the game Rapport versus Duda here. So from move number 2, actually, we see, so it started off with Knight F3, D5, G3, and now Knight D7. The first time I think this was played by Alexienko in a Grand Swiss tournament in 2019, one of the top players who played this move, Knight D7. And the idea is just he wants to play E5 here, if you're allowed. Let's say you play Bishop G2, then Black can play the move E5 here. So White will try to prevent that, so you play the move D4, but then Knight comes to B6 in this position to prevent the C4 move, which is the main idea in these positions for White to try to attack on the queen side here and put some pressure on D5. And now Knight C3 was played. It might be a little bit counterintuitive to putting the knight here, but to blockade the c4, but it's going to be hard to do it with the knight on b6 at the moment. So, and also perhaps White wants to play the move e4. And again, there is only a few moves played in this position. There is a game with Alireza playing against Wojtaszek from 2021, and a few other games between grandmasters. So now Bishop f5 is played, and now another interesting move, Knight h4. So these players are definitely avoiding all the theoretical lines and now playing a very interesting game now. The bishop is now under attack on f5, and Black needs to make a decision where to put this bishop. And we have Duda thinking here, and he has already spent about 7 minutes. Not an easy position to play. You have bishop g4 option. If you go bishop g6, I think after knight takes g6, White will be slightly better. So definitely interesting game here. And he just played the move e6. So he's actually giving up the bishop here. And I think White is going to have a slightly better position here. I think once you get this bishop, yeah, so I think White should be better here. So back to you guys.
Yeah, very creative approach by both players. But let's jump to Bucharest as Cristian as one of our sponsors.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are here with the CEO of First Bank, Henk Partekooper. Henk, first of all, welcome to the show. Tell us a bit about this new partnership between First Bank and the Grand Chess Tour and Superbet Chess Classic.
Yes, thank you. Well, I mean, this is the second year that First Bank is sponsoring the Grand Chess Tour, and we're very pleased with this. We would like to continue, and we see a lot of similarities between banking actually, and between chess, so we feel perfectly at ease with this.
What would you say those main attributes are, the transferable ones between chess and business, in your opinion?
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a plan in business and also with chess, and you need to take action. You need to do something. Then, of course, your opponent is also acting, so you need to adapt. You need to be flexible. You need to understand how to react to the movements of your opponent. and in chess. And in business, it's the same. You need to be able to sacrifice. You need to invest. Sometimes you need to give up something in order to gain something, something else. And of course, the last thing, but certainly not the least important, maybe the most important, you want to win. And you want to win the game, and you want to win in business as well. So a lot of similarities.
Speaking of investment, time management is also something that you invest whenever you think about a specific move in chess. Does that apply to business as well? Time
That's
management?
another one. That's a very valid one. There is always the pressure of time. Time is money. Time is scarce, so that you also need to take into consideration.
Hank, thank you very much for joining us. Now, before I let you go,
Yes.
we have the world champion here. We have so many illustrious chess players. Who is your favorite to win this event?
Yes, well, first of all, I would like to say that in First Bank we did a tournament ourselves, and the winner of the First Bank tournament was given a seat at the table on Friday at the simultaneous. And our employee was actually the only winner in the simultaneous. So he beat Mr. Kasparov, and he beat all the chess players. It's a difficult question. So there is Mr. Rapport from Romania, and there is also we're a Romanian bank. But there is also Mr. Anish Giri, and he's Dutch, and I'm also from the Netherlands. So I'm not yet sure who of the two, but I would say the two of them are my favorites.
Anish and Richie, definitely
Correct.
solid picks.
Correct.
Hank, thank you very much for joining
Thank
us.
you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Hank, and thank you, Cristian. I'd just like to jump right into the Catalan. A nice game going on between Liren and Fabiano.
Always happy to see Catalan.
Yes, exactly. And it's one of those perpetual favorites.
Yes.
It always has, it always comes back. It waxes and wanes. And I'm very curious about the move d5 takes c4 in what we call the open Catalan. Of course, black can play what we call the closed Catalan, moves like c6, b6, bishop b7, and so on. But when you play the open Catalan, d5 takes c4, I found, in my experience, it's nice to have white's bishop on the d2 square. So that...
Including bishop before check.
Exactly. But look what Ding did.
He didn't
push his d pawn, so he didn't allow the bishop b4 check. These guys are
There's
so
little
crafty.
details.
Yes.
Wow.
And now after d takes queen c2, there hasn't been that Zwischenzug of bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop back to e7. So the bishop has retained its original position on c1. Now a7, a6, by far the most common move that was played in the 70s and 80s in this position was the move queen takes c4, b5, queen c2, and thousands of games went from this very specific position.
And I think there is some quick draw option after queen c2 in that line with bishop b7, and white develops the black square bishop, and there's like bishop e4, queen c1, bishop goes back and repeat, right?
Right, exactly.
So there's a lot of draws in the database with this, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
And it, excuse me, don't ask me for all the subtleties as to why this does end up in a repetition. But yes, there are those long games. Now, in this particular case, what Ding did is he stopped the move b5.
He didn't allow b5.
He played a4. And with the move a4, you slightly weakened your control over the b4 square. And after the move knight c6, the idea is that black ends up establishing his knight on b4. You think to yourself, well, is that so? Why is that so impressive? In all of these Catalan positions, it comes down to a very, very easy question. How are you going to neutralize the bishop on g2? If you don't, you have a bad game.
That
well
bishop's
done.
going to be
Precisely.
a monster.
Exactly. But if you can put your knight on b4, so let me just make a move. Not necessarily a good move, right? I just put some moves on the board like this. And the bishop could come here, or you could play b5. But before I get too deep, let's go back to Bucharest and Cristian with another guest.
Thank you, Var. We are here with Chris Flowers, CEO and Managing Director of JC Flowers and Company. Chris, first of all, welcome to the show. Welcome to Bucharest. What are your first impressions of this tournament so far?
What a show. You know, how fantastic, how glamorous. It's great to be here.
You're an avid chess player yourself as well. You've played some of the greatest chess players on the planet. In fact, tell us about your beginnings in the chess world. How did you discover chess?
Oh, I've been playing chess all my life. I should be better than I am. I have a lot of explaining to do.
What would you say are some of the attributes that you've taken from your chess experience and applied them to the business world?
Discipline, foresight, time management. I wish I could do all those better.
Now, in 2015, you also joined the board of directors of the Kasparov Chess Foundation. Now, the Kasparov Chess Foundation finds, discovers, and nurtures the best talents in the world. How proud are you?
Very proud indeed. And the Kasparov Chess Foundation does fantastic work for chess and in general for kids and for the world.
Now, final question. Tell us a bit about this tournament. Once again, we have Liren, the newly crowned world champion. What is your estimation of his powers?
You know, I was thinking about this. I wish they could all win. You have such fantastic chess players out there, you know, and they're all tremendous. So very hard to pick.
And I have to say, I've seen you play in the same team with Fabiano Caruana in London a few years back. How did that partnership go? Did you help him succeed?
He did great.
and mostly because of you, I have to say.
I don't think I added much to it. He wasn't too interested in my ideas.
Chris, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much for joining us. Guys, back.
Thank you, Cristian. Apologies, everybody. I'm just having a bit of a cold nursing the situation. Knight c6, I was about to say, in the game of Ding, Liren, and Fabi. And Fabi wants to play knight c4, and he wants to play b5. So I was trying to just put a move on the board for a second, say rook d1, and I wanted to put
B5,
this.
yes.
And to just show, oops, a very, very nasty trap. Do not think that you could capture on b5. If the queen moves, let's just, I'll put it backwards, then you can neutralize
Right, and the
the
knight
bishop.
from b4 can always jump to d5.
Precisely. That's exactly right, Ajay. The knight will be very pleased on the d5 square. And Var, what caught your attention? And very promising round two. The openings have been great. Quite a variety, too.
Absolutely, Yasser. This moment of this game, actually, you're analyzing Ding against Caruana, and there is a reason why Ding is spending a lot of time here, because knight c6 is not the main move in this position. The main move is the move bishop d7 here, with the idea to play bishop c6 and knight bd7. But knight c6 has been played about almost 300 games now, and it's a very direct idea, putting pressure on d4. And here, the main move is actually just to take the pawn immediately with queen takes c4. And then black has some options here. Queen d5 is the main move. Try to exchange the queens. And then you have the option of to play, let's say, knight bd2, rook d8. Again, putting pressure. You really want to force the trade here, and then you can take back with the pawn as well, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. So again, white doesn't want to trade, so can play the move e3. And there's still some games played in this position, and here black can take, perhaps knight c4, and play bishop d7. Very, very solid position for black, but I think definitely a surprise here, and that's why he's been thinking in this position. So queen c4 actually played, looks like, and Fabiano immediately played the move knight a5, and another rare move. Only 17 games played in this position. And the idea is to attack the queen and, you know, probably try to play c5 immediately. So let's say queen c2. And maybe you can even just go back knight c6 to put pressure on the pawn on d4. And maybe even put the knight on b4 after that with the tempo. So that is one idea for this game. I want to go back to the Rapport game against Duda here. And we saw the move e6 played, and my first impression is this is probably going to be slightly better for white. Queen d3 now played after capturing on f5, attacking the pawn on f5, now forcing the move g6, and now bishop g2. if somehow white can open up the center, maybe at some point even f3, e4, quickly played, he should have some advantage here. And now knight f6 is played. It's not so easy because black has a lot of control on the e4 square. But still, because of the two bishops, I think white has a slightly better position.
What an interesting...
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
What an interesting pawn structure. And black exchanged the white squared bishop early.
Right.
But now it's compensating it with the pawns, putting almost every pawn on the white squares.
Exactly. I think I fell under a little bit the influence of Michael Botvinnik, who played the Dutch defense, which is horrible, of course. We know it's horrible, but okay. And, you know, the problem with the Dutch defense was, besides creating all of these weaknesses, especially on the e5 square, the light squared bishop. But the Dutch defense is so wonderful when you don't have a light squared bishop problem. And it reminds me a little bit of the stone wall with the pawns on d5 and f5. With the eliminated light square bishop, I don't have to worry about knight e5. And even though I might be sympathetic to white and the two bishops, I really kind of feel like black has an easy game. Like if you just let him play bishop g7, castles, rook e8, and knight e4, what do you got?
But everything can change very quickly if white manages to play f3, e4 at some point.
Right. Let me just bring that game up on the board.
And really
because again,
change up the pawn structure.
It was very creative, almost from a move two, like what,
Right.
knight d7. And right here, yes, this is it. And you were about to tell us that...
So in the future, after
yes,
white
let's say
develops and castles...
Bishop g7, yes.
Right. If white
And-
manages to successfully push e4
Right,
and change the pawn structure,
right.
then white will have an advantage because of the pair of bishops.
Yes, exactly. Now, it's going to be actually not that simple to execute this. So, for example, after f3, I castle. Now, as you've just described it, the very desirable move is to play e4, but you may regret the fact that this bishop is, you know, in ambush. It's rather lurking.
Yeah, we have
now,
to protect d4 first.
Precisely. If there was no queen takes d4, then everybody can understand exactly what you're talking about, which is this flowering vision. Ooh, look, this long diagonal,
Yeah.
which defends the king on a g1. But
That's a Catalan bishop right there.
that's a Catalan bishop. So it's going to take a little bit more work than, you know, you don't just get to play e4. You gotta do preparation, if you will. Like
Right, because
something
white
like,
also has slightly awkward development on the queen side
Exactly.
with knight on c3.
Exactly. It would be actually ironic in this exact position if white decided that he would like to put his rook on d1, he'd move his bishop to f4. Then 4 out of the 5 games would be featuring the bishop on f4. Whoa.
He just played bishop g5, I think, on the board.
Maybe to prepare long castles or so. I wanted to jump to the game of Nepo for a moment, but I need your help, Var, on this one. So, in particular, if you have on your database a game between Jonathan Spielman as white and Nigel Short from the candidates.
Let's take a look. I know one thing, Yasser, h6 was a very rare move, I've been
Right.
told, in this position, and I just checked as well. In this position, there's lots of games played. Black mostly plays bishop e7 here, or rook e8 or rook d8, but this h6 is a very rare. So a Spielman game in this position, in this exact position.
Yeah, from the opening.
Let's go back maybe a few moves.
Does it pop up?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't pop out. I have all the most popular moves the way the
Right.
database is set up here.
Yeah.
But this h6 move, it's definitely like a new idea. And now after the move rook d1,
I would have assumed knight d2 instead of bishop e2. What would have been the most popular response, right?
it's actually not so many games played in this position because of the rare move h6. I see only 8 games in my database here. Right. Bishop e2 is one option, bishop d3, and also the move you mentioned, knight d2 as well. Right. It's a typical move in these positions. We see it often with the idea to play knight b3, and also sometimes when the knight is on d2, you actually are ready to play the move b4, because if you play the b4 immediately, I think there is a knight b4 and this pin is going to be very, very strong here, and you have the knight e4 coming up as well. So, but he played bishop e2, and now knight e4 played. And here, it's possible we're going to see some endgame here after. Yeah, I think we have some moves. C takes d5. He played e takes d5. This is very interesting. And now rook d5 played.
Right.
And
Are
now
there any games in the database?
no,
of this
actually, I don't
position?
have any games in my database at least.
So
The
what was
last
it?
move is yeah, knight takes c3, and this is the move was knight c3. The last game I have in my database. So e takes d5 seems like a novelty here by Nepo.
Ah, interesting. Thank you,
And he's playing
Varuzhan, for
fast,
that.
so-
Yeah. Let's take a look at it ourselves. So, hey, guess what? My favorite living condition. I'm a pawn up. Rook takes d5. Oh, right. This one is a very, very tough question for me, but let me imagine that I would play c3 takes d5. Now, I don't know. It looked like maybe we transposed back into regular channels suddenly.
So black's going to take on a3, queen
Okay,
a3,
let's imagine queen takes a3 castles, and
bishop e6, probably.
naturally. Now this is the crucial moment right here, right now. Now most of the time you're very happy to keep your rook centralized. It's just that you don't always get this opportunity to go a little bit crazy, you know. And I like crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Not expecting that.
Exactly. Very unexpected, rook h5. You don't see this because usually there's a knight on f6, so you don't get the chance to do this. But you are telegraphing a very clear punch. You're ready to go bishop takes h6, you're ready to go queen h7, and you're ready, funnily enough, to play the move knight g5.
And black's queen is so far away from the king.
Exactly.
Cannot help defend.
And
So is the knight on c6, so maybe this can actually be dangerous.
precisely, and you know, there's a very nice looking trap in the position. The move bishop g4, at first blush, you see that move and you go, oh my gosh, my rook's horrible, until you see the move knight g5. And then you go, oh, look at this.
wow.
Guess who's having a lot of fun suddenly? You can't take the rook, there's a mate on h7. You can't take the knight, there's a mate on h7.
And the g4 bishop is
And
also
now
hanging.
the bishop g4 is hanging. So that was what caught my eye and why I thought, yeah, you know, I'd like to keep queens on the board. Now, having said everything I just said, queen takes c3, queen takes c3, b takes e3, bishop takes a3. Hard for me to imagine that white is significantly better
Right. In
here.
this endgame, I think pawns on
B4,
a7 and b7 can be quite dangerous once they start to advance.
Precisely.
Actually, guys, there is a very interesting move here. If you play queen takes c3 in that variation, black has this move bishop b4.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And black is winning the exchange. It's not so clear, actually. White
That's
still has a
hilarious.
good compensation, but it's just really nice move. So if you take on a5, then just bishop takes c3 check, and here black will be clearly better, up exchange. But you do have the move a takes b4, and now queen takes d5, and actually b5. And white has a compensation here because knight doesn't have any good squares to go to, has to retreat on e7, and now after castle, we also have this great square for the knight to go to on d4, then we go bishop f3, and the engine is showing all zeros in this position.
First of all, let me be very clear. I blundered the exchange. Good morning, St. Louis. You know, like blundered the exchange. But then, as you were talking, Var, and showing this compensation, nice squares, rook d1.
Two bishops.
Two bishops. I mean, it wasn't the worst blunder I've ever made, I was going to say.
I do think, Yasser, white should take with the pawn on c3, though,
Okay.
and the line you guys were showing is absolutely correct here. You have to play the move rook h5 here in this
Okay.
position. And after you take on a3, just castle, and there are some threats here, and actually looks like black needs to play very precisely here, and you have to play the move knight e7 here. Very, very important move because of this threat. You mentioned knight g5 is very strong here. So you have to play, either you have to play the move f5, but it looks a little bit weakening the position, but your best move is knight e7, and then White has few options to play. Bishop d3 is one option. Another option is to play, for example, knight d4. Knight d4. Bishop takes on d4. C takes d4, and knight d5 is, it's still very complicated here. But this rook on h5 is it's very interesting. It's still got some threats, and bishop h6. You always have to watch out for sighting. B takes c3 is critical, but we see Deac is thinking right now. He's trying to figure out which way to capture here, with the queen or the pawn.
Thank you, Var. Some messy stuff going on there. I just want to say that we really enjoy your challenging questions, and there's a way for you to join the discussion, kind of push us into directions that you might like us to go by asking the commentators.
Right.
There is, do we know who's, Anastasia?
Anastasia's managing our social media, yes.
Yes, and there you have it at hashtag.
You can send us tweets at hashtag Superbet Chess Classic.
Exactly. Jumping to the game of Fabi and Ding Liren, I had this absolutely marvelous recollection of a game I had once played against Nigel Short from the London Phillips and Drew, different time. The knight on c6
Right.
is like a dream knight. It's a very, very, very powerful knight, but Black wants to play knight d8 and kick it out.
I was just going to say, what do you think about the knight on b7? It's an awful knight, but it's
terrible.
Very temporary.
Exactly. Once again, expel the knight. Let's see how the players got there, because one of the things we were talking about in this Catalan is if Black neutralizes the bishop, yay or nay. If the answer is no, I'm going to like White very much. Let's see how Fabi did it. Queen takes c4. After queen takes c4, knight a5.
We're mostly discussing knight b4, but...
As well as, I think the traditional move here is queen d5. Just kind of gaining that tempo against the queen. And as Varuzhan was mentioning, any queen trades really are very helpful to the second player, because now this pawn blocks the diagonal while simultaneously opening up the diagonal for the bishop. So the move that's a bit of a surprise is
knight
a5. Queen c2,
but
b6.
Looking at Fabiano's clock, he has 1 hour 33 minutes, so this is all prep.
Prep, absolutely. Knight e5. And, you kind of stop at a certain moment as a chess player and just go, I love it. You just say, you see this position with the knight on c6, and you go, sign me up.
Yeah.
Let's go for that. And because, as you said, Fabi is playing so quickly, it's a clear giveaway.
Right.
He's had this position on the board. He's looked deeper than just the shallow, your knight is on c6. It's going to get booted. Rook d1. Rook c8, and we caught up with the players.
He's definitely prepared to exchange that knight very quickly, otherwise this would not be a good line.
No, the knight on b7 is a pathetic-looking creature, but once you play knight d8, so if we were to continue, like in a dream world, somehow this knight would be reinforced, right? I mean, but we're tempi behind, and we can't do it. So.
Right.
If I put the knight on c3, it's not like
it hangs the knight on c6. Good morning, St. Louis.
Good morning, St. Louis. Thank you. That clears the cobweb. So
can we maybe play e4 and d5?
Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. e4, knight d5. Knight d8.
Maybe we should
d5.
take on e7 also and play bishop g5. That's also interesting.
Right.
So we play against the two knights. The only thing is, I think...
Well, you have the central pawn duo. Pardon me, please.
White is slightly behind in development on the queen side.
True.
I would have loved to have knight on c3 right now.
True.
Then I would have a big advantage.
Exactly.
But here, Black might have c5 very quickly, and...
yeah, the other thing that, in this specific position that Black might have as an option, one of the things that I do, no, not one of the things, I do this, is I constantly ask my guys, how you doing? You happy? You happy? You happy? Well, I know one guy who's really, really unhappy is the knight on d8. And so when I play the move e5, the knight on d8 says, thank you, Yaz, that's really nice of you, because on a good day...
So if I play d5 now...
Right. d5. Now I like this idea. What you were about to propose which was to break open the queen side. You wanted to play c5 a moment ago, which I like, but I wanted. If you go, I feel that this is more of a liability than an asset, right?
It can get lost very quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
But we do have a move in the game.
Please, what do we have?
Deac played bishop g5 right away.
Whoa.
Without e4.
That's a bit of a surprise.
What's his idea? So after knight, if black still plays knight d8?
Knight d8?
I'm assuming he wants to take the bishop.
Right. Is
Maybe
it
transpose into similar lines?
transpositional?
Or maybe knight c3 first,
Or knight.
instead of e4, I mean.
You mean here?
Here,
Takes,
yes.
takes, and knight
maybe
c3.
knight c3.
Well, I must say, my spidey sense isn't tingling. I don't feel the danger. You tell me if you think that white has something significant here. Var, jump in on this conversation. The move bishop g5 feels a tad wrong.
It's an interesting move. There is one idea in particular that I like. I do like also the move knight d2 you guys were mentioning earlier. So let's take a look at both. So in this position, he played the move bishop g5. Knight d2 is actually very nice too, because with the idea knight f3 now to go to e5. And if you play the move knight d8, which you really have to, you cannot, you have to remove the knight from c6 here. So if you play knight d8, the idea is now you just take on e7. And if you take back, and now you play this move b3. I really like this move now. And now bishop is coming to a3. And it's going to make it more difficult to play the move c5. So this is actually a clear advantage for white here. Because if you play the move c5 now, then bishop a3, and now you're pinned. If you play something like knight b7, then after knight c4, it's a clear advantage here for white. So I really like the move knight e2, but he went for the move bishop g5. So if you play the move, and Fabi looks like already played the move h6, in this, which is the best move here. If you play the move knight d8, white can obtain an advantage after knight takes e7, queen takes e7, and now a very interesting move here. Bishop f6 is also slightly better, but I like this move, rook a3.
Ooh.
And the point is you actually want to bring the rook. You also have some ideas rook f3 now and try to take on f6. And if c5 is played, but the main idea is after c5, you just take on f6, queen takes f6, and now you can play rook c3.
That's awkward.
And now the rook is pinned on c8. And if, let's say, you play knight b7, trying to bring now d takes c5, you cannot take back again with the knight because of the move b4.
Right.
So it's just a very, very awkward position here. And if you take with the rook on c5, rook takes c5, rook takes c5. And if you take with the pawn, it's always really bad. With the knight on b7, you have a rook d7 move here. So I think white is a little bit better here in this line. Here is actually much better. So that's why h6 is very important immediately to question the bishop on g5 now. Now Deac has to make a decision. And the way that Fabi is playing, he's got still 1 hour and 33 minutes. I think he's still in prep, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a dead giveaway. As we get prepared for our first break, I always think that we have to pay respects to whoever's leading the tournament. That's it. You know, you can't go on break without talking about the guy or gal who's in first place. And in this case, we kind of lost sight about in the game between MVL and Wesley. So it was a London system. And Wesley said, okay, you put your bishop on f4. I'll grab the center with the move c5. And I'm going to go hunting. Dark square bishop. What are you going to do? Now, bishop g3, well, you kind of tepidly allow me to fulfill my plan. So MVL said, no. Yeah, I'm going to make you work for it. If you want to play if you want to go g5, I've got knight takes g5, right?
What do you think about move f6? It's always such an ugly-looking move when you push the f pawn.
Grandmaster Feingold says, never play f6. He's got a point. You're right. But it's a very, very specific idea that Wesley is doing. He's trying. You're right. I could play the move bishop e7, invite bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, and as we can see from our database, tons and tons of games. But the idea behind knight h5 and f6 is he really does want to chase down this bishop now residing on h4, and he plays the move g6. How do you hunt the bishop? Knight g7, knight f5.
Oh.
It's slow, it's slow, it's slow. But if I do get to play, eventually, knight f5 takes h4 or knight f5 takes g3, mission accomplished, whatever that means, right? And bishop e2, and we caught up with the players. Is this still theory, Var, as far as you're aware, that the London players are happy campers?
Yeah, it's still a theory. There are some games still played, not so many games in this position. And here, c takes d4 is the main move here. I see about 9 games in my database. It's just a playable position. But a game actually caught my eye. Deac went for that exchange sacrifice.
Really?
So let's take a look, yes.
How exciting.
So he took with the queen on c3, and now bishop b4 is played.
Wow.
So, and he took, queen takes d5, and he's going to play probably the move b5. I think it's very important to remove the knight from c6, and after knight e7, just to go castles. He took his time, but he went for this plan. And the evaluation shows zeros, but I think after knight d4, bishop f3, it's going to be easier to play with the white pieces here. Also, you have the option to bring the rook to c1 or even on a1 in this position.
Also, I think when we're exchanged down and engine shows zeros, that's a good sign.
It's a very, very good sign. And I don't think that's a judgment call per se. I think that there's some preparation. You don't just sacrifice an exchange against a challenger to the world champion and say, I'll figure it out. I think Deac actually prepped some of this stuff. So as we get ready for our first break, I also want to point out that Liren did play that move, rook a3, that Varuzhan was mentioning, that the rook kind of rovers, rook up to a3 and then over, whether it to be to the c3.
It's quite unusual to develop the rook first before the knight.
Exactly.
But this is an unusual position.
It's truly nice. And as we get to our first break, I'd just like to say hello to our good friends at Q Boutique. We have some today's special, I want to say. Here's your chance to get a limited edition t-shirt commemorating the World Chess Hall of Fame's current exhibit, Mind Art Experience. 10 years of chess and culture in St. Louis. The unique shirt features a drawing of the world's largest chess piece and the World Chess Hall of Fame building in St. Louis. It is exclusively available at qboutiquestlouis.com. And as we do go to break, we ask the players how they feel about returning to Romania and playing in what appears to be some really excellent conditions. These are their answers.
This is the 4th year we're playing here in Bucharest, Romania. What do you enjoy about being back here in Bucharest to kickstart the Grand Chess Tour?
I like the city a lot. I've been to Bucharest not only the 4 times that the Grand Chess Tour has been here, but also twice in 2012 and 2013, so 6 times total. And yeah, it's always great to be here. I like the country. I like the city. It's a really vibrant city. I mean, big cities have their own kind of special energy, and I guess I'm not like always so used to it. I grew up in New York, which has like a very similar energy, but in St. Louis, it's a bit more of like a medium-sized city, so it's a lot more calm. When you go out, you don't always see like a million people, but that has its own charm as well.
Yeah, Bucharest, obviously, I switched federations to Romania, so this is my second tournament here in Bucharest, but my first one is playing on the Romania flag.
Yeah, Bucharest is a very special place. There are not many tournaments that are happening here, but now it's really amazing and really well organized, everything. I love the city. The people are great here, very helping people, and everywhere we go, we have good time. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, and I know that Bucharest is considered to be Paris of the East, right?
Okay, because I play at home. It's more support in Romania than other countries. looks a bit more important for me.
I really liked the city. Surprisingly nice. I like the architecture. Yes, like some weather is quite mild and warm. So yeah, I guess we'll take only good emotions from here.
I'm really happy to be back to Bucharest. I was here already 2 times, and every time I come back, the organizers, they're only improving and building on what they've done. And Bucharest, for these 2 weeks, is the capital of the chess world. And in general, with so many events happening in Romania and so much chess life around here, Bucharest is turning into a big center of chess activity, and that's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's my 3rd time in Bucharest, and I enjoy it. It's very comfortable to be here. There are many people speaking French as well, so it does feel really comfortable. Other than that, obviously, during the tournament, I prioritize the tournament and not sightseeing and such. But no, it's still very good to get some fresh air, to go outside. We're in very central locations, so that's also nice.
Oh, it's lovely. It's my 4th year here. It's kind of become a tradition. I've really enjoyed coming here since 2019, and the people are really friendly. I meet again the people I usually meet. I have some friends here, so it's lovely and wonderful. Hopefully, my play would be up to par with it, and that's the reason why I came.
Welcome back to our live coverage of round 2 of the Bucharest, Romania Grand Chess Tour, as round 2 has been underway. And this game between world champion Liren and Fabi could potentially end in a remarkable repetition.
Wow.
Just while we were on break, the knight is on c6, and they have seen the move knight c5. The knight on c6 is protected by the queen on c2. So the knight on c5 temporarily stops the defense of that knight, and that is the exchange of knights that Fabi would like to happen.
I think
So-
they are repeating.
Yeah, so after the move knight c5, Liren did not want to acquiesce to the trade of knights. He brought his knight back to b4, and then Fabi brought his knight back to b7. Now the knight on b4 is misplaced. What's it doing there? The pawn is going to go to c5. The knight might go to d8, leaving the knight on c6 stranded, and that is why we are seeing a repetition. And I don't know if they made 3-move repetition already, but for
Not yet.
Liren, this is not exactly what he had hoped. He starts the tournament with 2 whites. He has the number 1 draw, the number 1 number in the drawing of lots. He starts with 2 whites. Yesterday he didn't put enough pressure, I want to say, on MVL. And today, a very well prepared Fabi is having an easy time at the office, right, Var?
Absolutely, Yasser. Yeah, this is the moment here. If Deac plays knight c6 now again, it will be a 3-fold repetition. And I think he missed an opportunity earlier. We can take a look when he played the move bishop g5. I think this move was an inaccuracy right here. If he had played this move knight d2, I really like this move. I think he would have secured a slightly better position after that line with knight d8, taking on e7 and playing the move b3 with the bishop a3 idea. So perhaps when he played the move bishop g5 here, he didn't expect the move h6. h6 is a very, very precise move, and it looks like it just equalizes the game, because after you take on f6, and this knight c5 resource, it's possible that he maybe missed the move knight c5. It's a really nice idea by Caruana, and looks like he's still in prep. Perhaps he analyzed this whole thing. Actually, he still has this in his file. So bishop f6 we saw here, and you know, you can play e3 in this position. This is an option too. But again, it looks like this is the same idea. You still have to play knight c5 here to try to get rid of the knight on c6 here.
Right.
And if you go to b4, then you just go back on b7, and now you're threatening to play the move c5.
Right.
Once you play c5, then you have your rook coming up on the c file as well. So I expect Deac just to repeat, because he's also down half an hour on the clock at this moment. So they already repeated a few times. So let's see knight c6. And yeah, this is the moment. Yeah, he doesn't really have that many options if he doesn't play the move knight c6. For example, if he plays queen c6, try to put the queen on c6, then actually queen e7 comes in. Now black is already better here. Now the knight is under attack. And if you play knight c2, the knight comes to a5, removing the queen, and again, c5 will come next, and black is doing really well here. And I don't see any other options here for him but to play the move knight c6 here, and I think it will lead to just a draw.
Thank you, Var. And turning to our tournament leader for a moment, Wesley So has played the move c5 takes d4, and after c5 takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to g7. That whole idea, once again, of just playing knight f4, hunting down the 2 bishops. And MVL took I want to say, a sharp turn. After you play the move knight takes c6, b takes c6, you're kind of thinking fine, fine, fine. But that capture on c6 actually has a very long-term impact. The sense is that the pawn on c6 gets to play a role in the center. And this central pawn mass, Sicilian players are going to really enjoy having those types of central pawn masses combined with a half-open b-file. But MVL had a very clear idea. He wanted to stop the move knight f5 so that he could play the move e5. e3, e4. He's helped black structure, but at the same time, he stopped his main idea. And after e4, I think we have caught up. And this is the shocking lifetime matchup because nobody has this good a score against Wesley. So I don't even think Magnus is this close. 20 draws, that's a lot of draws.
I must say, they have played each other
a lot. Yes, 6 wins. And like I was saying, if Wesley gets through today's challenge, having won yesterday, watch out. He, remarkably, MVL is the defending champion of Bucharest.
And my pick.
And
to
your
win the
pick.
tournament.
And he won the 2022 event by beating Wesley So.
Oh.
Oh, well, Wesley and the Volneronian was one of his victims. And here are our standings after the first round.
Right, after round 1, we have a leader with 1 point, Wesley So, who defeated Alireza Firouzja yesterday. And the rest of the 4 matches ended in a draw.
Nice. Now, I'd like to ask you your personal opinion here, Naji. I'm looking at the game of Wesley So, and there's no way I'm going to mess up my center by capturing and letting you play knight takes e4. Forget about it. Not going to happen. But what I am going to do is go bishop e7. Now, if you had the right to choose either side, would you rather play white? Would you rather play black? And why?
I would definitely pick white.
You would?
Yes. Because I'm not that comfortable with this structure that black has chosen in this position. With e4, I'm not planning to take on d5.
You're not?
That's for sure. But
do me a favor of making me play b7, take c6, take d5. Thank you for that. No. What's your plan?
I'm going to keep the pawn on e4 for as long as I can.
Gotcha.
And I wonder what MVL is thinking regarding castling. Probably short castle.
Probably, right? Okay, so castles. Everybody's happy.
And we do have an advantage on the queen side in the sense that we have 3 pawns versus 2.
You've got the queen side majority. I've got the central majority. You've got the queen side majority. I'll give you that.
But I'm not sure if white should be playing on the queen side or maybe try playing f4.
You mean like b4, a4, knight b3. Or you were about to suggest f4.
But I can't play it right away. My king is exposed. I'll be walking into queen bishop check.
I see a cookie. I see a check and a potential queen takes b2. So you got to kind of delay playing. Maybe, I'm not sure it's that desirable, but maybe f4. Yeah.
Right. So that would be a little bit slow, I think, to play king h1 and f4.
Right.
So maybe just queen c2 and centralize the rooks.
Okay. So queen c2, centralize the rooks. Gotcha.
I'm concerned about one thing.
What's that?
Am I blundering a piece?
Maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
So if black takes on e4 and then g5.
But g5 and f5. That was why I was setting you up, actually, for this. You're absolutely right. That was where I was heading. g5, bishop g3. Let me take. Whether you take, well, you can't really take with a queen. That blunders a piece right away. But if you did take with a knight, the idea was to play f5 and f4. And if you tickled my queen, I don't care. Something like this, I could, I don't know, bishop d7. The idea was I was playing for a piece trap, which means I don't think you wanted to do this, right? Again, this trade seems so helpful to the black side, especially if I could play knight f5. The reason why I like to play black in such positions is because I have this French defense Caro like history of my career where I played right through the center, and I love these big centers. You know, if I could go e6, e5, and f6, f5, and get three pawns abreast in the center of the board.
I agree with that, but I'm so uncomfortable with the knight on g7. Unless it makes it to f5, I'm very unhappy with the knight.
Well, but it's not going to be waiting there too long. I mean, it's ready to jump. As we've been debating the pros and cons of the position, Varuzhan, why don't we ask the 3200 engine to split the tie? What does the engine say about Wesley's position?
Well, engines think black is doing absolutely fine, actually, Yasser. Perhaps even preferable because of the center possibility of playing e5 and getting the control of the center. I can show you some of the lines now.
Please.
So, yeah, so one of the best moves is actually to play queen a4 here. Try to put some pressure on c6, and now bishop d7.
Right.
And after castle, black will castle. And you do have this option e5 coming up very soon. And usually, like when you put the rook on the d1, queen will go to c7. Okay. It's a good square for the queen. Now you connect your rooks. And it's not so clear to see how white is going to continue here. Right. As you mentioned, you never really want to take on d5 because after c takes d5, now the queen is under attack also, and now black will have a complete control of the center. So this will be a really bad position for white here. And you can play, for example, bishop f3, and now just even king h8, for example. You can't really take on d5, and you don't have that many options. At some point, this knight will come into the game, either to f5 or after e5, you will play the move knight e6. So I think Wesley is pretty happy after the opening outcome. I think he doesn't have any problems here, and perhaps he could have some opportunities. There is another game that caught my eye I wanted to show you, the game between Rapport and Duda here. And we know Rapport is a very original player, and he played queen d3 here after bishop g5, sorry. He played bishop g7 was played, and now he plays the move queen e3 check. So, and you cannot really play queen e7 here, because if you do that, after simply capture on e7, king takes e7, you're losing your, bishop d5, you're losing the central pawn because you're pinned now on f6. Right. So actually black had to play the move king f8, but it's not that bad because the position is closed here, and at some point maybe rook will come with the tempo. And now we see the move knight a4. A clever move. Try to trade this knight, and now the point is to play queen a3 here. Again, black is very, very solid here. It doesn't give white much advantage. So h6 is played here. Now attacking on the bishop. I was looking at the lines after knight takes a4.
Right.
Then there's queen a3 check. And you can play queen e7, for example. Queen takes a4, and now you have h6. You can also play c6 in this position just to protect the d5 pawn. But now after h6, if you take on f6, bishop takes f6. Again, if you don't take on d5, black will just play c6, and he doesn't have any problems.
Right.
And if you take now, and if you take on d5, now after rook d8, black would have a very dangerous initiative here, because he will be able to capture on d4 with the tempo, and the bishop on f6 is very well placed, and you still have your king on e1. So the position is about equal, but I think could be some initiative here for black. So it's a very solid position. I think Duda is doing fine here. Back to you.
Thank you, Var. Across the board, I'm seeing really good fighting chess and all kinds of openings. I want to come to the game between Anish, Giri and our top seed, Alireza. It was a quiet exchange, Slav. Usually that's a sign that a draw may be in the offing, but because of Anish's provocative play in the opening, there's imbalances that have suddenly occurred. After the move a7, a6, keep in mind that this bishop on b4 very nicely attacks this pinned knight on c3. Well, let me return the favor on the king's side. Your bishop on b4 is not on e7, so that knight on f6 is in a pin. And if I'm white, I desperately want to play knight e5 and f4. And the Harry Nelson Pillsbury, 19th century American player, he loved the Pillsbury attack, which bears his name eponymously. Knight f4, f4, and if you let me get in all of these attacking moves, that bishop on h4 is really, really annoying. Suddenly the game is, in one direction. The other problem that black is having, although I don't know if it's necessarily a threat, bishop takes f6, g takes f6. You can't recapture the queen because of this forlorn bishop on d7. keeping that in mind, Firouzja's move a6 prepped the move bishop b5.
I think the main idea is to get rid of the white square bishop. That's a very good attacker against black's king.
Precisely. That bishop on d7 is rather septic. It's not having a very good role in the position, but the bishop on d3, you're absolutely right, is doing great yeoman's work on the long diagonals. We see the lifetime, only 2 games, not much.
This is still surprising, but I'm sure they will have a lot more games in the future.
I think so too, as Alireza returning to defend his Grand Chess Tour championship crown. Bishop b5. Now here I must admit, if I was white, I'd be tempted by doubling the pawns.
That's what Anish did.
But I'd also be tempted by playing the move f4.
Right away.
So yeah, I mean, it looks slow, and trust me, it is slow, but f4, rook f3, yeah.
So.
But if you let me build up this type of an attack, by the time it arrives, there's just no defense, right? So the temptation of playing f4, allowing the trade, yes, you could capture on c3, yes, I would be forced to make a weakness on the e4 square.
White squares are really weak, c4 and e4, but I don't think they might not matter at this point.
Nah, it might be all about the black king. I'm going to, go, as we might say, whole hog. Anish Giri actually didn't do that. He captured immediately, took, and he's thinking. I'm always impressed by these top guys who they play this prophylactic chess where they don't commit themselves to playing a move like f4, whereas I'm the type of player that are just like, go for it, play f4 and attack. I suspect the engine doesn't like f4, but I gotta ask Shivar, could he go for it with f4?
Yeah, let's check the move with f4. White does have some advantage here. There are a few ways he can play here. I will show you. But let's check the move f4 before taking the bishop on b5, right?
Yes.
Sir? Yeah, so if we play f4 here, yeah, engine doesn't like it as much. It thinks black is just comfortable after taking on c3.
Right.
And it's very concrete. And now you have this move, queen c7. Just
Really?
Targeting the c3 pawn and allowing the bishop takes f6.
Okay.
So
bishop
let's say
takes
bishop takes f6. G takes f6, and now knight is under attack.
Knight g4.
Knight g4, and now he's recommending f5.
Wow.
Because if you take the pawn on h6, then the knight is trapped. You do have some compensation. You can play like knight takes f5, pawn takes f5, take on b5, for example.
That's a lonely king.
Yes, and then you have queen takes f5. But it shows that black is actually slightly better. It's not that, the attack is not that dangerous, even though we see that rook f3, rook g3 is coming up.
I would be terrified.
Yeah.
I'd be terrified as well.
Yeah, he recommends the move rook g8 now. Rook g8 with the idea to tuck in the king on f8, and he thinks it's okay for black this position. But Anish has another idea, I think, now how he can obtain a small advantage here. I will show you.
Please.
Instead of the move f4. He already took on b5.
Right.
So let's go back. So here actually it's very important to realize you don't really want to take on f6, even though it looks like you're forcing the move g takes f6, because if you take back with the queen, now you're losing the exchange after knight d7.
Clear.
So you might be tempted to take on f6, but the problem is this knight is actually well placed, and when you take on f6, you're allowing g takes f6, and now you have to move the knight from e5. And again, this, I think, same idea will apply here. If you go knight h5, you run into the problem here. Actually, after h5, your knight is trapped in this line. So knight h6, just king g7. Right. So you have to play the move knight d3 now.
Right.
And there will be a bishop takes c3, and pawn takes c3, and knight finally comes to a good square. It's been sitting there on the side of the board on a5, and now comes in on c4. And here, well, actually, black is doing absolutely fine in this position.
Which is really crazy for me. Thank you for that. I would, and by the way, the Fabi and Ding, it looks like both players are waiting for the arbiter to make a claim of a 3-time repetition. And I'm sure that will be the first result of round 2, as Ding Liren with the white pieces
And here's the handshake.
And there's the handshake, a draw. Now, everything you just said, Var, as I catch up with the point that you were making, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, knight d3. If I were in black shoes, bishop takes c3, I would see not a good knight on c4.
But 2 pairs of double pawns.
Pawns. That's exactly what I... the first pair of double pawns on the queen side, I might not really care that much about because I see that knight d6. It's the second pair on the king side that concern me. I would be really, really scared that my king is vulnerable to an e3, e4, and that this pawn on g7 belongs on g7, not on f6, and I would be afraid that my opponent would have a long-term advantage. And you're saying nothing to worry about, it's even Steven.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows equal and maybe even slightly preferable for black.
That's hard to believe.
But from a human point of view, you could definitely go for this position. But there is another line where I think white will have a slightly better position.
Please.
So I will show you now how Anish can obtain a small edge here. Instead of taking on f6, he can play this move knight g4.
Okay.
Which is a kind of a typical idea in the Slav exchange positions like this, where you already have the bishop on h4, and now you want to take on f6, and with a knight and damage the structure. So you really have to play this move bishop e7 now, and now he can simplify the position, take on f6 twice, bishop takes f6, and now the black has a strong threat of b4, and you need to move the queen away. Now you have this move queen e2.
Right.
Now the b5 pawn is under attack, so b4 will be forced. And now you put the knight on a4. And here actually white will have some advantage. Queen e7, and you play b3. And now the knight on a5 can never go to c4, and you have some queen b5 ideas. The pawns on b7 and b4 are a little bit weak, so rook fc1 is coming up. So it's a long-term advantage. I think something like this could be quite unpleasant. And from the experience playing a lot of the Slav exchange positions, sometimes this is a dream position that you can get. You have a small advantage, but you can try to improve your position and have good chances to win.
Not a good start for Alireza. And let's jump to Bucharest as Cristian is with Fabi for a podcast.
We don't have a podcast, Yasser, right now scheduled, but we do have an interview because Fabiano just finished his game against the newly crowned world champion, Liren. First of all, Fabi, welcome to the show. Tell us a bit about your approach to this particular game. Well, let's talk about yesterday as well, because you played Bogdan-Daniel Deac, the lowest rated player in the event, and you did surprise him and got some nice advantage, at least a practical advantage out of the opening. Did you feel that was a success, and did you miss any chances in yesterday's game?
Yeah, I think the opening he knew relatively well. More or less, like he played a good line and he equalized. But at some point he played a very, very bad move. Like it was an equal position for pretty much the entire game, although I guess he was starting to get a bit under pressure, especially with time, and then he played bishop h5, which is a very bad move, and I responded also with a very bad move. And after bishop h5, I'm probably winning. If I take on c5, it should be a winning position. But after rook c1, it's again nothing, and then he played well in time trouble. So yeah, yesterday was unfortunately a pretty big mischance.
But today, with the black pieces against Liren, we know how much residual opening preparation he might have coming from the World Championship match. What was the strategy? Were you trying to surprise him early on in the opening? It felt like you did.
Yeah, I'm not sure he actually has anything from the match. Like, my impression is that he had no ideas at the end of the match. At some point they ran out, and he's not really like trying very hard at the start of this tournament. Maybe he's still trying to recover some energy, but yesterday he didn't really try very hard against Maxime, and today as well I played a very, very unusual line.
Let's talk about it. Did he surprise you at all with the Catalan, or was that something that you were more or less expecting?
I thought that he could play first move c4, and I decided to surprise him a bit by playing what Jan played against him in the tiebreak. And there, instead of d4, he played b3. But it led to a very, very dry endgame, so that's why I wasn't surprised that he would go for the Catalan. And so it was one of like the main things I thought could happen today. And okay, knight c6 is a super rare move. I think he's faced it before against Jan. Or no, sorry, not against Jan, against Firouzja.
Yeah.
Firouzja played against him. I'm not sure that might have been a blitz game, but or maybe a rapid game. But it's a very rare line. Alireza likes it. It's basically his line. Computers don't like it, but it's not bad at all. And I think I played a novelty with queen d7. I think that game was with queen e8 against
Queen to e8 in this
yeah,
position.
Ding. And he was thinking a long time. Maybe he was trying to recall exactly the details of the line. Queen d7 is a new move.
And what is the main difference between this move, queen to d7 and queen to e8?
I mean, the main point of the position is that black is worse unless you dislodge the knight from c6. Like, the knight is very dangerous, but white lacks some development to keep the knight on c6. So one of the main ideas for black is to play bishop c5 at some moment. And for example, queen to e8 has the idea of playing bishop c5 but avoiding knight e5 after queen e7. But queen d7 is still preparing bishop c5. That's why white plays rook d1, so that bishop c5, knight e5. And now rook fc8 is sort of like, it's kind of a useful move. The point is white can't develop so easily without allowing, because knight c3 hangs the knight. Knight takes e7, black gets c5 very quickly. So this is probably nothing. Yeah.
So like bishop
e5, yeah, h6.
c5 or h6 first.
Yeah, but usually white wants to maintain the knight. And so a very critical move is knight to d2, because if white gets just like one more move to play knight f3 here, black is in like very serious positional trouble. And so black should play bishop c5. The point being that knight e5 now, queen takes d4 is possible. And then this is like a very critical line, and b4, and rook d8, bc5, and knight d6. Yeah, like for example, the computer I see here shows that black is much worse with various moves, but it is objectively okay, and it's very sharp. It's very risky, of course, because black's kingside is damaged. White could develop an attack, but somehow black is always in time because the knight becomes very active once it gets to f5. So okay, this was a very critical line in bishop g5. I think he basically showed that
He was ready to maybe call it a day, or?
Yeah, it's the safest move. It trades a lot of pieces. I thought that he would actually go for this one, because if c5, d5, yeah, and I think like one of the moves was queen to e7. I think this was okay. Like I remembered, I think this line c5, d5, and knight to a5, allowing d6, which was kind of possible. Yeah, d6 somehow is not very good for white, and yeah, I mean black has many approaches, so I was going to think, in case we got here, because I didn't really check this position, I just knew that this was one of the ways for white to get like a very slightly better position.
And then he decided to...
I think he kind of thought this was interesting for white.
Some idea to put the rook on c3, maybe take...
Yeah, like knight d8, rook c3. I think that this is basically his dream. And one of the important points is that, for example, if I play bishop b7 and bishop c5, it just doesn't work because queen e4.
Okay.
Otherwise, he would have to retreat his rook here, and maybe I would equalize. But, I mean, knight c5 was the first move which came to mind, and it just took a little bit of time to...
Just make sure you're not blundering anything.
Well, just some details, like, for example, rook d3. I think, yeah, there's probably a5, but also I was kind of reasonably... I was actually not 100% sure about this position, because he sacks a pawn, but he gets the c4 square. So I was going to think after rook d3, but I thought a5 is probably a clean bailout, and yeah, there were probably other moves. Even like c6, I was thinking, I mean, I just first stop any invasions on c6 and then chase the knight away. And
he decided to repeat after thinking for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Were you expecting him to try to continue in any way, shape, or form, or were you expecting him to
I was hoping he would.
You were hoping.
I was hoping he would, because like I can't really deviate here. I don't have a way. I think without getting a worse position, or at least a slightly worse position. But he has some ways which look interesting after knight b7.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit disappointing, I guess, to make a draw with white so early. So I was hoping maybe his kind of ambition would carry him forward a bit, but and okay, he's a bit lower on time, so maybe I would get a game. But I wasn't too surprised that he repeated, because it does start to look a bit risky with your knight on b1, kind of just, it's not in the game, so you're not really in a position to play on.
Fabi, a balanced start to this tournament. We'll see you in the next rounds. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. Question for you.
Yes.
Are you a material girl?
I
You
am.
like being material ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
Depends what I'm playing.
I want to turn your attention to the game of Deac versus Jan for just a moment. Deac sacrificed an exchange for the 2 bishops and a pawn. Do you find it easier to play the exchange up or with the bishops?
In this position, I would take the exchange.
You would take the.
Yes.
You are a material girl. We saw the move h2, h3, which maybe that's not what. Sometimes you got to hit the anvil while it's hot. And in this particular case, I would find the moves bishop g4 and bishop f3 far more compelling because I'm afraid when I'm down material that if I don't equalize the material, that in the long term I could have a problem. And I find the move h2, h3 just a little bit lackadaisical. Var, was h3 a good move?
I agree with you, Yasser. h3, I don't like it as much. He could have actually played the move bishop c4
Bishop
immediately,
c4,
putting pressure on the queen. And it's not so clear where to put the queen because if you go to g6, then I have bishop d3. So it's possible to even get some repetition there, bishop c4, queen g6. So let's take a look here. So, for example, bishop c4, if he had played this move, now where to put the queen? You don't have really good squares here. You don't really want to play queen f6 here because after exchange of the queens, your structure is really, really bad here. And I can even play the move g4, and you probably get dropping the h6 pawn. So it'll be a very, very strong compensation here. And white is actually slightly better here.
Right.
So you can't just exchange queens because you're up exchange, because 2 bishops are very, very strong here. So if you play queen e4, I actually can just, if I want to draw, I can just repeat. And now you can just go away because f5 is hanging. So if you go to d5, and I just continue attacking your queen. Again, there's a little trick here, little chip boy. If you play queen c5, then you lose the game to a bishop f7 check.
Oops.
Because this knight is not very stable on f5, so you can try to force a repetition. I don't know if Deac is maybe playing for a win, he doesn't want to repeat. But same thing goes here. If you go queen g6, again, I can play the move bishop d3, for example. Now, again, you're pinned, and if you play rook a c8, then you run into the problem of a move like queen e5 now. You're losing the knight.
Exactly.
So, and
Those
move
two bishops look
h3,
very
it gives him a
unpleasant.
little break now.
Yeah.
And now, I think Nepo just played rook fd8.
Right.
Another option he had in this position, he could have played rook fc8 here. After h3. Again, looks like Engine's top move was rook fc8 in this position, but now he plays this move, and perhaps he has some ideas with a move like knight d4.
Ooh.
Knight d4, let's say if you make a slow move.
Rook
say,
a1.
Or rook, here actually there's rook ac8. Now comes in. So it's a logical move. I like rook fd8 controlling the open file, and we know that's where the rooks belong. And now he also wants to play the move rook ac8 next.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Easy game there. I'd like to turn our attention to the very creative game that's going on between Richard and Duda. But it really seems to me that there's some artifice that's going on here on the white side as Richard, is trying to do things and not getting anywhere, frankly. After this move, at first looks very creative, knight a4. Black took the approach and said, well, wait a minute, you don't want to take on b6. I guess you want to play knight c5. But I was afraid of hanging the pawn on d5 earlier when I played the move h7, h6. I don't have to worry about that. Let's just put the question to the bishop. If you capture, well, now I get to castle by hand very nicely, king g7, rook e8, and I gotta say, I think black's for choice in that particular case. So Richard said, okay, queen a3, as these guys are evenly matched.
Very even. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws.
That's evenly matched. Queen a3 check on the board, and
I must say, I really admire how Richard Rapport plays.
Yes.
So original. I don't think he necessarily avoids theory, but he creates his own theories.
He does, and he brings it, but it oftentimes happens that the most original players are their own worst enemies. They start thinking more and more and more about what they're doing. Chess is a fight, and your opponent sometimes doesn't read the same script. So while you're doing everything that you think is actually wonderful, oftentimes you can overdo it and overlook what the opponent has. And that's what I wanted to say about the current position. After the move Queen e7, I think Black has just absolutely solved all of his problems. Obviously, with the move Queen e7, I'm more than eager to capture on a3, doubling up these pawns. If that were to provoke queen takes, king takes, now you got to stop because two pieces are hanging. This pawn, the bishop on g5, the knight on a4.
In between moves to fix that
yes.
problem, but
bishop
that
takes
would lead to
f6.
a lot of exchanges.
Well, that's interesting that you put it like that, because these exchanges probably are going to be favorable for Black. You got to take on b6, otherwise d4 is hanging, right? So you take on d6, I take with the a pawn. Now, if you don't take on d5, well, maybe after, I don't know, king d6, b5.
So you prefer Black.
Yes, precisely. So you take on d5. I take, maybe I toss in rook d8 or
c6.
Or c6. I'm not actually that sure.
Maybe c6 to not give up the pawn on b7.
Well, I'm pursuing what I consider an initiative here that I think, okay, let me try to show you what I mean. Rook d8, bishop take. Let's go rook a7.
Say bishop f3.
Rook takes. So I'm not letting you castle.
Not long.
Not long, that's right.
And if I castle short, you have rook d2.
Bingo. And who has the initiative in that case?
Definitely
well,
Black.
A2, C2, B2 are all hanging. So this is what I mean when I say I think there's a possibility that Richard got too creative, and at the end of the day, it might be Duda who is...
might have a slight advantage.
Yeah, who could potentially push.
When we had the players on the camera, if we tried to read their body language, it definitely looked like Richard was not too happy with the position he got out of the opening, and Duda feels pretty comfortable and maybe is thinking, should I go for more?
Are you aware of your opponent's body language during a match?
All the time.
All the time.
Absolutely.
You kind of flicker an eye across the board there. You see your opponent slouched in his head in their laps, and you're just like, okay.
It definitely helps, and I also try to maintain my composure to not let my opponent know what's going on with me.
Exactly, exactly.
But it's hard to hide it.
Yeah, you know, you blundered a rook, that red glow comes to the face. Jump in, Var. What has caught your eye?
I was also looking at this game you guys were analyzing, and I think there's a good chance that probably this game is going to fizzle out to a draw. I will show a couple of lines here first. So in this position, I think White needs to take on e7 here. I don't really want to allow the move queen a3 in this position. So after you take on e7, king takes e7, and now knight b6 is forced because your bishop is hanging now on g5. And again, knight b6 is the kind of move you don't really want to do. You would have loved to play the move knight c5 in this position, but here you simply can't because you're going to lose the bishop.
Right.
So you're forced to take on b6, and I think after a takes b6, you don't really have a good way to... You can play bishop f4, but after c6, you always have to worry about the knight coming to e4. There is no advantage. So after take, I think we could see something like this happening, like e3 will be played, protect d4, c6, and then like a3, b5, c3, and it's just going to be a completely equal position. Neither side can really make progress. So I predict that this is probably going to be a draw. They might follow something like this. But let's take a look at the Wesley's game against MVL, because something very aggressive was played here by MVL. He played the move f4 here.
Yeah.
And this weakens the position here of this diagonal here. And now queen b6 was played, but I don't think this is the most accurate move here. He could have played either castle or the move queen c7 here. Very concrete move now, putting pressure on f4. And I kind of like this move because now you need to protect this. And now after castle, can play castle as well. Definitely, I think black has some chances after the move f4, some winning chances because position now has been weakened. But he played the move queen b6. So after this move, I think the problem here is sometimes you're going to run into the move bishop f2 now coming in with the tempo. So for example, queen c2 could be played. And if you castle, and he can play the move bishop f2 now, rerouting the bishop to on this diagonal. In this case, probably black will play queen c7. Again, attacking the pawn on f4, bishop e3, just to protect. And here, black has different options. It's about equal, but again, very small edge perhaps for black. You can play even move c5 here. The possibility of this knight coming in on f5, I think, will be really strong. So I think Wesley should be very happy with the outcome of this opening so far.
Thank you, Var. Another player who may be very happy about the outcome of the opening is Anish Giri versus Alireza.
So we got that position we're talking about.
Precisely. When we left it, we had just traded on b5, had Anish. I was invoking the ghost of Harry Nelson Pillsbury with the move f4 and rook f3. But Var was the first to point out that there is a fork on d7. So that after the move bishop takes f6, the desirable queen takes f6 loses an exchange. That provoked Firouzja to double his pawns on the king side, injuring the pawn shield of his own king. Knight d3, attacking the bishop on b4. Bishop takes c3. B takes c3, as you were about to say. They got to the position, well, they're about to get to the position after knight c4, and this is where you and I looked at each other and said, my goodness, we like white's position, and this is where the engine, in its cold-blooded calculation, said nothing.
So Rapport told us that engine says black is completely fine.
And
even slightly better.
Nobody believes you.
But that is hard to believe.
Yeah, it really, really is.
I think we have a4 on the board, so Anish is exchanging at least one pair of double pawns. And I guess that's good for black. They only have to worry about the f7, f6.
Yes, exactly. I see this move as just like a slow burn. Essentially, if I were white, I'd be really, really anxious. I would want to put my knight on f4, and the knight goes to h5 so that I could immediately take advantage of what I consider a very vulnerable king position. The move a2, a4 is one of those very typically restrained top grandmaster moves where you say, the advantage on the king side is not going away. Black is not going to single-handedly solve his king side position. In the meanwhile, maybe the a2 pawn's not as good as the b5 pawn. You know, open the a file. Maybe on a good day.
Open A and B files for his rooks if he wanted to.
Exactly.
If he doesn't believe there's too much on the king side that he can do, then he can focus on the queen side.
Yeah. And Var, back over to you.
Yeah, there's actually a very funny move in this position. If we go back, I want to show you, Yasser. I think you may like this idea. So, in a game, Anish versus Firouzja. So bishop takes f6. Again, we were looking at the knight g4 option here, where I think white has a really nice advantage. But after bishop takes f6, g takes f6, actually white has this move knight g6.
Ooh.
Because I know you mentioned earlier you want to put a knight on f4.
Right.
So if the rook goes on e8, you actually just can play knight f4. It doesn't really give
an accelerated
that much
version.
advantage, but at least you gain a tempi, and now you can put the knight on f4. But we can take a look what happens if he takes, for example. So white actually doesn't have that much, you know, has to just take on g6 and take on h6. And it looks like we have to actually give the perpetual with queen g6, queen h6, because if black plays the move rook c7 and bring it to g7, he will have the advantage. So it was just the nice idea that he had this move knight g6 resource. As far as the move a4, I like this move because a2 pawn is isolated, and I think he wants to exchange with the pawn on b5, and hoping that some rooks will come off the board. And I think if we get a position with a knight on f4, maybe bring the queen to e2, queen g4, knight h5, maybe this is what Anish is hoping for, to try to get a little bit of an advantage.
Nice. Thank you, Var. As I'm bringing out the material in both of ourselves. I'm looking at the game of Nepo and Deac. When we left it, we saw the move h2, h3, rook d8. I like this point that Var was making, that knight d4 is actually a rather awkward-looking move. Bishop g4 could be met by queen takes g4 in those kinds of circumstances. So knight d4 on black's agenda, bishop f3, rook c8, queen a5, and Deac is definitely targeting the queenside pawns. a7 and b7 are both hanging. And for the moment, those bishops really make a very powerful impression. And
If I were black here,
what? Yes?
I would probably go for g5. But first, I'm considering to play b6.
Right, okay.
Give up the a7 pawn.
Gotcha.
And then play g5.
All right. Chasing the bishop back,
Right.
let's say.
The white queen is really far away, and I want to focus on the king side.
Okay, understood.
Maybe knight h4.
All right.
Follow up.
All right. Fair. And the idea is you want to chase my bishop
I'm feeling
away.
the initiative for black, so I'm following my gut feeling.
Okay, exactly. All right, and I feel you. I'm a little bit reluctant to play a move like bishop c6, which might walk into rook takes c6, and then g2. You mentioned my queen being most especially out of the game. So in this particular case, imagine I were to play a move bishop b7. It looks a little bit funny that I'm inviting rook d7 or queen d7 or something like that.
Here I think I have two good options, rook c2, one very obvious one, and also I liked rook c5 possibly.
Rook c5.
Just in case that if I push g4, I might need the rook on g5.
Exactly. So again, I have got two pawns for an exchange, but the knight on h4 tickling me on g2 is, in the words of Viktor Korchnoi, unpleasant sensations.
Right.
I might want to get rid of that knight. You're maybe welcome to win that pawn, I don't know.
Maybe I can jump back knight f5.
Right.
For now and then take the pawn.
Right. So here...
That looks quite passive.
I know, doesn't it? Here I've got one of these, I kind of call them cocoons, right? These ideas where I've got a pawns on g2, g3, h3, and it cocoons my king in a very nice way. Some beautiful games of Vichy Anand in Open Sicilians where he's castled queenside as white. He's recaptured on b3 with a c2 pawn, and then he puts his king on a2, where it was beautifully sheltered, and he goes madhouse, coffee house on the king side.
Yeah, here black's only weakness is pawn on f7.
Right. Oops,
so if I can deal with that, then I would love to get both of my rooks on the second rank.
Yes, but I do have, thank goodness,
that
a very good,
very good.
Yeah, that's a very good defensive piece. But I hear what you're saying, that the move you would only play a move like g5, not wins or something like that. That's very clear. But you would play a move like g5 when you feel you can or should be trying to seize the initiative.
Right. I was also inspired by Wesley yesterday when he played g5 at the right moment.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and got his victory. So g7, g5. Okay. Again, to remind those viewers, pardon me, who may be joining us late, we only have one result so far. An early draw between Liren and Fabi. Well played. But we also want to invite you to join the conversation. And, and look at the wow, there's a lot of ways to get a hold of us.
Right. We have
Sure.
Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch.
Stump the panel.
Right. Just look us up with hashtag Superbet Chess Classic.
Yeah, on our break, then Simon told me that there's a lot of comments that they're sifting through them.
Anastasia Karlovich is managing our social media at Grand Chess Tour.
Nice. A big shout out to Anastasia. Queen b6, by the way, our tournament leader. It was met by Queen b3. I liked what what Var was saying there, that
With
Queen C7 caught
he
my
can
eye.
still do it now. After Queen B3, he can go back to Queen C7 because
Like
Queen
you
on
provoked.
B3 is not necessarily well-placed Queen.
Exactly. Queen goes back to C7.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick up the tempo. But now, having said that, wow.
I like Queen C7. No?
I'm paused because I'm looking at this move Queen E3, like going into the lion's mouth, right? Like this is the type of move that can fail miserably, like just like
You can get trapped. in
yeah,
just a few
exactly.
moves.
Like bishop F2, queen takes, and somehow there's a queen trap. But it's also one of those moves that can be incredibly disruptive. You can't castle long,
Right.
you can't castle short. So I would consider Queen E3. I'd also just consider castles. Like,
Yeah, I think that's what he did in the game.
Yeah.
We have castle
And
on the board.
just say, okay, fair. I definitely would. I would. You know that happened to me in a game with Gary Kasparov.
Right.
Gary played one of the worst strategic moves of his career against me.
Wow.
Yeah. And he turned a good position into a horrible position with one move. And I was really aware of the time that he made the move, that it was a bad move. But he also did it in a way of screwing in the board. It was in Skellefteå, Sweden, for the GMA, Grandmasters Association World Cup tournaments. And the Swedish television was out in force. Like just huge cameras in the playing hall. And while Gary was screwing in the move, it occurred to me that I should get up from the board, go around the table, give him a little kiss on the cheek, thank you for that, and then go sit down. Except these cameras were huge. They were like 1-ton cameras, like they were intimidating. And I told Gary after the game that I intended to make a kiss, and he said, I deserve it. It was such a bad
And
move.
you should have done it.
Yeah, I should have done it. I mean, then it would have been on, nightly news,
That would have been the most famous game ever.
Right, grandmasters kiss each other at the board, like what? A strategical howler is to take. That is just helping black enormously. The pawn
True.
structure is suddenly so beautiful.
But I think
He'd get a kiss.
because black squares are so weakened for white, maybe white should exchange the queens.
Ooh, intriguing.
Yeah.
We have a tweet.
Let's take a look.
Let's go for it. Okay, here it is. From one GM68 on Twitch.
Who is the player of this field you like the most? Not from a chess perspective, but from his personality.
Ladies first.
What a great question.
Thank you.
I do have to think about it. I know half of these players very well.
Right.
Because we're about the same age and we grew up around the same time in the chess world. I have many favorites. But right now, I will say Liren, because last month, he won a lot of people's hearts.
Right.
He is so humble and so sweet. So I think, personality-wise, I'm going to go with Liren.
Me too, for a completely different reason. I kind of grew up with this world of chess titans, gods that were just greater than anybody who plays chess. There was the enigmatic Bobby Fischer, who maybe had narcissistic tendencies, but he had an ego. And I love some of Bobby's quotes. Like Bobby would say, okay, but Bobby would be asked, you're the first, you're number one in the world by rating. Who's number two? And Bobby would say, no, I'm number two and number three. I'm number one, number two, number three. I'm the top three places are me. And then there's a guy who's fourth to accentuate the fact that he was head and shoulders above everybody else. Then there was Gary Kasparov. And Gary had his own way of letting you know that he was the best player in the world. And there's Liren with a very, very soft-spoken voice saying, yes, I tried very hard today. I put my energy, my soul into everything I could, but it wasn't enough. And this you never heard in 40 years,
So
you know.
humble.
Wow, that's so rare. How about yourself, or jump right in to the viewer's question?
Absolutely, I really like Liren. I think he was very, very honest also during the match, revealing, you know, he was depressed, and you know, he mentioned, you know, he was going to quit chess if he didn't win the championship. And I'm very happy that he won, because he had this certain things happened. You know, he got there somehow, and he took his chance. It's so many times people have opportunities, but it's very hard for them to finish and win the World Championship, but he took a chance and he won it. And I think we're going to see a lot more of it. You're going to get to know him more as a person and from his interviews. And I thought he was very humble when he won the match, and I really liked his final speech at the closing ceremony.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you and I both were very sympathetic.
Picked thing, right?
Yes, as far as the chess personality, because he's just so unique in this soft-spoken. Many of the Western players, including, let's be honest, you know, Magnus, he kind of thinks, you know, like, hey, man, you know, like, I'm not world's number one. I've been world's number one for 15 years.
He's earned it.
He's earned it. And so he's got that braggadocio about him, and again, deservedly so. I mean, it's like Muhammad Ali. If you can walk the walk and talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk.
I also liked what Var said. We do appreciate Ding's honesty.
Yes.
We don't hear that often, that players sharing their true raw emotions during the tournament.
Right. And also, I just want to point out what you just referenced in this comment of Ding Liren, which was in the interview. Boy, you know, if I lose the match, I'm going to quit chess. Because he's so emotionally driven. He has put so much effort. Magnus Carlsen played in 5 World Championship matches and said, okay, I'm going to take a break. And everybody jumped on Magnus and said, how dare you, you know, history and da-da-da-da. Ding plays 1 World Championship match, says, I'm exhausted, I'm ready to quit chess. Magnussen said, I'm going to quit chess. Magnus is playing. So you get an idea just how intense these World Championship matches are, and well, okay, hats off to those players.
Thank you for the question. What a great
wonderful, wonderful question. Var, over to you, and this looks like the Deac game.
Yes, absolutely. We have some development here. I was looking at this, and I think Nepo has some chances, guys, in this game to try to win. He's got a nice time advantage as well. Once again, we see Deac behind on the clock. And last year also, when he was playing this event, he was getting into a lot of the time trouble positions, but he was managing them. And there is a chance here for Nepo. I will show you why here. So he played the move b6 here. There was an interesting moment here. He could have also played the move rook d7 here. And from the first glance, it seems like, wait a minute, I can just take the pawn on a7, but this move actually just loses. If you take on a7, it's just knight h4, and the game is over. You don't have a good way now to defend the g2 pawn, because now if you allow the knight takes f3, I will damage the structure, and if you play bishop g4, for example, queen comes to e4, threatening mate on g2, and we know as soon as you play the move f3, you're just going to get mated after the move queen c2. Now g2 again cannot be protected. If you play the move rook f2, rook d1 comes in. So this was another opportunity for Nepo to play this move, but he didn't play that. He played the move b6 instead.
Very forcing, yeah.
Yeah, and now I think Deac can take, actually. Queen takes a7.
Is there a g5 here?
This was the line that Naji wanted with g5.
Absolutely. You guys looked at this. There's a g5 here. There is also a move knight h4 here immediately as well. Okay. So both of these moves possible. Let's take a look at some of the lines now, because they're critical. So you can start with the move g5. They're both equally good here. So perhaps let's go with knight h4 first. It's very concrete now. You're threatening to take on f3, the bishop. So in any of these lines, you cannot allow the move knight takes f3, g takes f3, because h3 will be hanging. So here actually is the only move, Yasser, your move bishop b7 is absolutely only move here, because if you play bishop c6, you're just simply losing after.
Exactly.
Rook takes c6.
I was
b
afraid.
takes c6. And now, not taking the pawn on c4 actually, this move, queen e4. Now threatening mate on g2, you have to play f3. Now we see the same idea. As soon as the f3 move is played and the second rank is weakened, we play queen c2. threatening mate on g2, and rook f2 doesn't really help because we have the move rook takes d1 check. If you blockade with the rook, queen g2 mate, and if you go to h2, simply queen takes f2 wins. So after this move queen a7, knight h4, you really have to find this move bishop b7, which is not that easy, I think, to spot. And now rook c5 comes in.
What you wanted to play.
Right.
Okay, the chess engine is playing our moves.
And
Without
I think,
g5.
Yeah, I think there's some chances here for Nepo, definitely. And Deac has got about 25 minutes left, and still complicated position. 26 minutes we see on the screen against 58. And Nepo is a very fast player, and when he has the initiative, he plays, I think, really well.
Thank you, Var. And we have some tweets coming in. Stump the Masters. What do you got for us? First one.
From Aiden Power on YouTube. Would the commentators wear clothes designed by Alireza?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We are all about
100%.
fashion. 100%. Absolutely. Alireza, you've got 2 customers, 3
Right
customers.
here.
Var's
Yes.
already agreed, and I think we'll get Cristian too.
Yes, you have
So,
4 customers already.
4 customers.
Yeah. Yeah, when we interview Alireza, I think Cristian should ask him a little bit more about his fashion, what he's been doing in the past several months.
And how
We're
do
very curious to know.
Yeah, and how do the commentators get some swag? That's what we're talking about. Another tweet coming in the door. Here we go. From Tetris Crap. Now, that's a game I used to love.
Do you think Ding feels pressure to perform well here, or do you think he's just happy to be world champion and this doesn't matter much to him?
I absolutely think he feels responsible. Now that he is the world chess champion, his life has changed enormously.
Forever.
Forever. End of story. And that he takes this new position very responsible. He thinks that he's an ambassador of chess.
Which he is.
Which he is. And so he has to represent, and he does represent the chess world. He is as world champion. He is the leader. He will be the trendsetter. He will be the ones who, like Magnus, you're not supposed to make short draws, but he's going to be the one who's going to lead us into a new era. And I think he's going to inspire China. Frankly.
Absolutely.
I mean, the
It's
ladies have already done their part, and now Ding Liren. So the answer to your question is a big yes. He feels very, very responsible.
Right.
One more tweet, and we'll get back to the games. This one is from @Euler. Oh my God.
Question is, when is the next World Backhouse Chess Championship, and will Yasser participate in it?
Yes, yes. All we're looking for is, actually, we've got some sponsors here. All we're looking for is First Bank to open up their accounts with the Flowers, JC Flowers, and make, the first $10 million Bughouse competition. And Bughouse, for those of you who may not be familiar with it, also called Siamese chess in the Northwest, you play with a partner. So 2 players are playing. I'll play white. We'll play black. My partner will play black. And whenever I capture, I get to give you the material.
Right.
And you get to checkmate or
use your pieces on my board.
Exactly. And together we're playing as a team. And it's very, very popular with junior players, most especially.
But it's also popular with some of the top grandmasters in the world.
Including Levon Aronian.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. Now, I was in Dusseldorf in February where they actually had a Bughouse tournament that featured a lot of top players. And the winner, funnily enough, was Vadim Rosenstein and Levon, who were teammates. And it sounds weird, but the sponsor of the tournament, working with Levon, won the competition, and it was sort of like, but no, Vadim's really, really, really good, and they were deserving winners. I do hope that they have a professional competition in the future, the Bughouse.
I think so. I think it's coming, no?
Is it?
I've heard rumors.
I would be elated. And by the way, just getting an insight that Richard Rapport and Duda seem to, that was the bishops of opposite color, seem to be going towards a draw Yeah, and that was bishop takes
Yeah, this
d5
looks
too.
very even.
Very even, Stevens.
Opposite color bishops,
Right.
rook endgame. Yeah, I don't see how either of them could play for a win.
Exactly. Var, what do you have for us?
Yeah, we have some development in the Firouzja game, and looks like he's actually getting some chances against Anish Giri here. Let's take a look, guys. And so we looked at it after the move a4, and after capture on a4, rook takes a4. Now, knight d6 was played. I really like this move because knight on c4 actually looks really nice, but it's not really doing much and also blockading the rook, so there is really no pressure on c3. And putting the knight on d6 is very well placed. Now you have some options to play knight d4, but most importantly now you're also putting pressure on c3. And here Anish had to actually find a way to make a draw already because there are some risks actually involving with the c3 pawn. It's really a backward pawn. If we compare right now, the pawn on b7 is actually very well protected, but the pawn on c3 is weak. And there was a way here that he could have maybe tried to force a draw here with the move knight c5. And let's say if b6 is played, he plays knight takes e6. And again, we see that idea with the weak square on g6 now. After f takes e6, we have queen to g6 check, king h8. And here you really have to go for the perpetual, because if you try to play for a win with rook a7, there is this rook c7 move. And you still have the draw here, but you have to repeat now, because otherwise after rook f7 you might not have that chance here. So this was a very important moment that he had to play the move knight c5. He didn't do that, and he played rook b4, which is a little bit awkward now, and there is a pressure on c3. And here we have rook c6, very logical move now. He wants to play queen c7 and now bring the rook to c8 and targeting the c3 pawn. And now knight f4 is played. He's hoping to create some counterplay now on h5, but after queen c7, I really like black's position. It's very clear what black wants to do here, wants to put a lot of pressure on c3, and I think Alireza is taking over the game, and he's pressuring now. So Anish needs to be careful here to try to generate some counterplay. Otherwise, he will have to put the knight on e2 and try to do a very passive defense with the c3 pawn.
Boy, I find that to be so contrarian to my way of thinking. I see these double pawns on the king side. I'm carrying, you know, a lot of scars from having such a compromised king.
Do you think Alireza wants to recover from yesterday with a win? Of course he does.
Sure.
What do you think his confidence level is like?
Yeah, a little bit shaken, I would say. Not so easy. I wanted to jump into the game of our tournament leader, Wesley So, because remarkably to me, this was like the moment for a kiss. When we left it, we'd seen the move queen b6, queen b3, castles, and I said, I want to emphasize this. One of the things you don't want to do as white, you don't want to help me get a superior pawn structure by capturing. And you said, yeah, but there's some weak dark squares, and maybe you do want to trade. And he did. And I'm like kind of stunned by that. Castles, bishop a6. Now, again, my French defense training, my Caro-Kann tells me that this is just good for black.
You're loving black's pawn
I
structure.
love it. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with this. And also the idea that I've got this half-open A file. Now, it's not like I'm going to play rook takes A2. I grant you, that's not necessary. But just the fact that I could maybe use the 4th rank or even the 5th rank, gosh knows what I could use. I have the more flexible.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think at this point, MVL realizes that he didn't get any advantage out of the opening and is trying to exchange pieces and maybe try to head to a draw.
And he did. He goes for that very concretely with the move e5.
Good
And
for Wesley. I mean, 2 black pieces, and he didn't have a single problem.
exactly. In this particular case, we talk about the poorly placed knight on g7. So if you jump to f5, what is White's whole idea? Well, White's idea is get rid of this bishop that is kind of not in the game, but give ourselves an opportunity to get an outpost in the middle of the board. Yes, you too, that is to say, black has an outpost.
A lot of outposts, I think. C4, E4.
E4, all of these outposts. So I do think even though that white gives up the f5 square with the move e5. I think this is a very well-timed move. Now the question is, can I play? No, it's weird, right? Can I play knight h5?
Knight h5.
Because what I would really like you to do is do me the favor of trading, and you know.
What if I simply play g3?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that I
You
might be
provoke
able to.
him?
Yeah, can I exploit the no, I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't
I
think
can.
black has
no.
enough pieces left now
Yeah,
to take advantage.
to take advantage of it. No. So e5.
We'll probably see knight f5. Seems logical.
Tell us, Var. My feeling is I like black, but I can't prove it.
Absolutely, yes, sir. I'm also, French defense player for lifelong. When I saw that move bishop a6, I was very happy to see, to get rid of the bad bishop.
Yeah.
And black is actually slightly better here, but he has to find the next move. It's a very important move here. It's actually bishop c5 check first.
Very nice. Avoiding
the trade of the bishops, or at least you're going to trade the bishops in a better terms here. So I will show you some of the lines now.
Please.
Bishop c5. The main point of this move is now you can take on e5 next. So for example, if you play king h1, this is actually a really bad move now, because after f takes e5, pawn takes e5, and if you guys remember, we were talking about this knight finally getting into f5, and this is a perfect moment now to put the knight on f5 now, put pressure on the bishop, and black is actually much, much better here. Bishop f2. You can even just simply play bishop e7, and it's pretty clear that black is doing really well. There is an open a file, pressure on a2. Sometimes also the e5 pawn is isolated. So even if you play g4, I can retreat knight h6, then put the knight on f7, putting pressure on e5. So when bishop c5 is actually played, you need to play bishop f2 here. So this is very important for white. Instead of king h1, you need this move bishop f2.
Okay.
Black is still a little bit better here. Then there are two different ways you can continue here. If you go bishop e7, then there's a bishop h4 again. So you probably just want to take here. F takes e5, and now bishop takes c5, b takes c5, and now you take back on e5. And now in this case, actually, you can try to keep the rooks on the board. You can play either rook fa8 or rook b8. And now you have both open files now targeting the a2 and b2 pawn. And there is some pressure here. It's a very small advantage here for black in this position. And knight will come to f5 as well. Back to you, guys.
No, I mean, that once you see it, that move bishop c5, it makes all the difference in the world. Here we stand as we take our break. We only have one result.
One result, only one draw in the game Deac versus Caruana.
Which was going to be one of our marquee games, as is the MVL Wesley So, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Over the roughly 1.5 millennia of its existence, chess has been known as a tool of military strategy, a metaphor for human affairs, and a benchmark of genius.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one result so far, Liren versus Caruana.
In fact, just as you were speaking those words, a second draw has taken place as MVL and Wesley So, another of our marquee matchups, has surprisingly, even shockingly, a repetition has taken place. I liked Wesley's position when we went on break. He didn't think it was that much. He did find that all-important move, bishop c5 check, and after bishop f2, Wesley wasn't satisfied with what we thought was an advantageous position by capturing and playing the move rook b8. What he did, that is to say, Wesley, in this position, he went back with the bishop. Well, holding his breath, MVL said, okay,
I'll take it.
Can I please go home a little bit ashamed and embarrassed? I would be happy to make a draw with white. I think I'm worse. And that is actually what happened. I think Wesley underestimated his position.
Maybe, but I don't think his advantage was that big.
Well, let's have a
So
quick look. Bishop
maybe
check,
he's
bishop f2.
Saving his energies for the white games, you know?
Hey, look, anytime I got an advantage, I'm not saving my energy. I'm putting everything I got into trying to win the game. I'm taking on e5. One thing I don't think you want to do is have anything to do with positions where, you know, weird things might happen after rook takes f2. So I do think you're capturing on c5. And, well, let's ask MVL as Cristian is with him in Bucharest.
Maxime, Yasser, and Nazi are asking, did you feel like perhaps Wesley underestimated his position at the end? Was he perhaps better? Did you feel any pressure coming from him?
Yeah, I must admit I was not completely happy with the way I handled my opening stage. So I played this f4 a bit out of necessity because I didn't want to allow e5 knight e6.
Let's talk about the position, in fact. You started off with the London. How did, I mean, this must be a trend coming from the World Championship match. Is that the case?
Technically, I even played it one day before before Deac played
Austrian
it himself.
League?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, of course, like we know there's ideas, but I mean, if we should credit anyone for, you know, making the London trend, it's Magnus, obviously.
Let's talk about it. So, knight to h5, bishop g5.
Yeah, this came as a surprise. Of course, like there's this position in the Slav, but I play knight d2, so I'm one tempo up, which means after bishop g5, there's no more queen b6 because of knight e5, I assume.
Knight e5 here.
For instance, this.
Yes. And now you have some problems with the
Yeah.
knight on h5.
But so I knew that, I mean, bishop g5 should be the critical try, but after f6, g6, I couldn't really figure it out.
Did you feel like he still knew what he's doing at
Probably, and sadly, this was one option I didn't really reconsider before the game. Bishop e2 I was not too happy with. My main point was if knight g7, then I take on c5.
And just to stop you for a second, we just saw Anish and Alireza finish their respective game as well. That finished in a draw. Let's continue, Maxime.
Yes.
Take on d4, knight takes d4, knight to g7.
Yeah, and here's where I didn't really enjoy too much my position, because I feel like, for instance, if I castle, which should be the normal way of handling this, so knight d4 I take with, let's say, c pawn, I assumed, and knight f5, and maybe this is not the end of the world, but I felt like if anyone's gonna be better, it's black.
Now, this position, and it strikes me a bit as odd, it's not a very conventional position, right? As a beginner, if you look at it, white has almost all the pieces developed.
Yeah,
Black's knight is on g7, you moved e6, f6,
my
g6.
pieces are developed, but at the same time, I'm slow now in, you know, getting them to better squares. Whereas for Wesley, it's very easy. Like in 2 moves, is castling. His knight can always jump to f5, which is why I lost time, you know, to take, to play e4, and then
stop him from going knight to f5,
and then to play f4, which I felt was not ideal. But at the same time, again, if I castle,
e5, I didn't really know what to do. Maybe here f4, but I didn't think this was working, to be honest. But maybe you can start with castle and then later play f4, because f4 queen b6 check, yeah. No, later play e5, I mean.
Yeah, castle and then e5 because of yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I went f4. I thought maybe sometimes I castle queenside, but after queen b6, yeah, the problem is queen c2. There's this move, which I mean, if bishop a6, c4, I was kind of okay with that because I want queen c3 next. But after castle, I just couldn't figure out what I should do. Queen a4 is, I mean,
natural, right?
No, I actually considered it here, and it's actually
Which is
the
not
best
a bad
move.
yeah.
Yeah, but I thought castle and like, oh, queen c6 now.
Take the pawn.
Yeah. No, so then bishop d7, but yeah, I don't know, it felt artificial. And I was also considering queen a4, but even after queen b2, this I was not completely happy with. Maybe it's just winning for white, but...
That's a wild line.
Yeah, but
at the
also...
end of it, you're rook up, but you do probably lose a knight, yeah?
I have
in
to
the
castle,
process.
yeah. I mean, but of course he can also go bishop d7, and I'm not sure what I achieve. So I just thought queen b3 is the safe option, because now if queen e3, my point is c4. This is quite nice. Queen f4, I think no, of course not. My bishop is attacked, but if pawn takes, queen takes. That's what I... So, and after queen g5, no cd, and some knight f3, and, well, it turns out I'm winning.
The
so.
queen is in trouble, yeah.
So this was some kind of cheap trick I had, but after castle, it meant that I had to take. And yeah, maybe I shouldn't castle. Maybe castling was too quick. But the thing that I missed is after rook e1, it takes, and knight h5 now, yeah. And I'm stuck.
You cannot go g3 because of g5. You lose the bishop. You have to give up the bishop, but that's problematic, right?
So, I realized this in time. I took on a6 and played e5. And maybe I'm worse, but I don't know. I was not too unhappy now that I exchanged the
How did you feel
bishops.
his energy? Do you feel like he was happy with the draw as well?
Yeah, I thought there were two options. I'm not sure that Wesley was happy with the draw. He felt like he was better, I think. This was one option, I thought, but then I just go knight f3, and c5, I go a3, let's say. And I mean, I shouldn't be too much worse.
No, doesn't look like much.
And another, which I saw Yasser mentioning, but I thought it was risky more than anything, was this. Now I want knight b3, so rook f8. And yeah, I thought, okay, knight b3 is maybe too much. So let's say a3, c4, but I mean, as soon as I have g4, this knight on g7 is very...
It takes a while to get it back in the game, right?
Yeah, so I thought I should be more or less fine, even if I lose the b2 pawn, somehow I get counterplay on f5 and the a pawn.
Yeah, no, definitely looks risky for him as well.
Yeah, so I thought I was not too happy with this. I thought this was a nice try also, but it turns out that I'm fine. King h1, and if knight e3, I can play rook f3. If not, I'm probably worse after knight g4, but...
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But
no. Now knight g4, you can just give up the pawn back, but this should be good. Rook to e1, have some pressure on the e5.
Yes, exactly.
This one looks
so
maybe even better for you at this point.
It finished. I mean, I wouldn't say better. I see, the eval, but I wouldn't have said better. The game finished maybe a bit untimely, but there were some moments.
How would you assess the start of the tournament? You haven't played, you actually played some leagues in Bundesliga, in the Austrian league.
I felt it was important because I didn't have any other classical game
before those,
than that in 2023. And my last tournament, with such strongest opposition was back in Sinquefield Cup. So, you know, it's good to get back some.
How do you feel about your form right now? Coming along nicely?
Yeah, it's quite all right. Obviously, today was not very satisfying. Yesterday was better. But, you know, those, of course, it will take, you know, one win or one loss to make or break.
They're definitely part of the game. Maxime, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in the rest of the rounds.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, MVL. Actually, a quick question, if I might ask to MVL. First of all, greetings from St. Louis, MVL. You're the defending champion. But against Wesley So, you have a remarkable plus score. How did you do it? And coming into today's game, did you feel like you were going to continue proceedings?
Yasser is saying that against Wesley So, they checked the graphics before the game started. You have an amazing score. I think 6 victories and only 1 loss. Did you feel like that's playing a part in your encounters in general? Putting more pressure on him?
Maybe, but in general, it's mostly because I haven't taken as many risks maybe as other players against Wesley, because he's very good at punishing those. And yeah, in a few games I got some nice advantage that I managed to roll out. And of course I wanted to get something, and maybe I took a bit more risk than usual to, you know, because I asked ChatGPT about novelty about the Berlin, and he said 1d4.
Yeah.
So, you know, it didn't go out the way I planned, but, you know, of course, but I want every game I have with white generally, you know, I wouldn't say always, but more or less always want to get a game and to get something going.
So basically the takeaway from this discussion is that you should always trust ChatGPT.
Or maybe I shouldn't.
Yasser, do you even know what ChatGPT is?
No.
I'll show him after the stream.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. 3 draws in this the second round, and 2 games remaining. And of the 2 games remaining, Richard Rapport, Duda, that was the one game we were absolutely stone cold sure that was going to end up in a draw. And now it's not so convincing. I think Duda actually reached and prematurely played this move b5, and now he's in a world of hurt. We're right here at this position, and frankly, if he doesn't play, and I think it's almost critical he plays the move f5, f4, not an intuitively obvious move, but at this exact moment, if you let white play the move e3, he's going to end up playing bishop e2 and snapping off this pawn essentially for free. And then once he's got a queenside structure, he'll target this pawn on f7 by bringing the bishop back to the d5 square, and then I've got a majority.
So is the idea of f4 to delay e3 or to get rid of the double pawn?
Both, but definitely to get rid of the double pawn. But also, I would look at it in another way, in the sense that if white, let me play another move, say h5, which is really a bad move, by the way, because you're putting all your pawns on the color of my bishop, which means, thank you so much, you're allowing me to attack your pawns. Now, a moment ago, I played the move bishop e2, but what I wanted to emphasize is that once my bishop gets on this diagonal and I'm targeting the f7 pawn, your king is more or less bound to the defense of the pawn. You don't even want to play the move f6, because then when my bishop gets to f7, I can do a collection,
right? Entire kingside pawns will fall.
Exactly. So what you need to do is, first of all, get some freedom for your bishop, and you want to trade pawns as quickly as possible. If we only lose the b5 pawn, and we could trade off this pawn for this pawn, and this pawn for this pawn, and maybe even one more pawn, then the draw is just so easily. We can even in the future move our pawn to f6. So I think the move f4 is critical, Var, and if you don't play it, it's all white. It's play on one goal.
Absolutely, Yasser. I think I just saw on our video that Duda is very annoyed by himself because he just created a lot of problems for himself.
He sure
and we can
did.
see even right now, he just cannot believe. But I want to first show the mistake. I know you discussed this, the move b5, but I'll go back first to point out what he could have done to have absolutely no problem. So this is the position that they reach. First, I think what I would have maybe tried to do in this position, as soon as he played long castle, immediately I would try to put a pawn on b5.
Yeah.
Just
Simple.
this way, I never have to worry about a move like a4, fixing the pawns, and then after that, only you play the move rook hd8, and this would have probably, the game would have been drawn by now. So rook hd8, they just trade rooks. So after allowing the move a4, it's still fine here, but all he had to do in this position, instead of playing the b5 move right away, he should just play the move rook a5 first,
and
preparing the move b5, and after that, just simply take back with the rook.
Right.
And again, the game probably would have been drawn by now. But instead, he played the move b5 immediately, allowing this position. And now he probably missed this move b4. It's very, very strong move. And now the pawns are fixed, as we can see here. The b7 on the light square, b5, and also the f7 pawn. And here, f4 is absolutely necessary. You're absolutely right. You have to play this move because otherwise, in a lot of these lines, you could just slowly be lost. If I put the pawn on f4 myself and pawn on e3, it's going to be a problem. So I can go a little bit deeper and show some of the ways black can hold, but it's not easy. Sometimes actually you end up in down a two-pawn positions. So for example, f4.
Yep.
Now takes bishop h4. I try to go really deep to see the ideas here. It looks like I can just play king e3, for example.
Right.
And the next move you really want to do is to put the pawn on f5 now.
Okay.
And now bishop b3, for example.
Right.
Then you play bishop f6, putting pressure on c3.
You defend it.
King goes on d3, and now you're going to need to play this move b6 eventually, so you can just play it right away. And now bishop, let's say bishop d5.
Right.
Now you play g5. You're actually giving up the b5 pawn here. So if takes, you take bishop to c6. Now bishop e5 will come, attacking the pawn. And now after h3, you play g4, trying to create a counterplay here. And if you take on g4, pawn takes, bishop takes b5, you play the move g3. And here, even though white is up 2 pawns, you can't really make much progress. King will be sitting on d6. You can never advance the e-pawn. And if you try to bring the king to b5, I can put the bishop f4, bishop e3, and blockade the position. So you will be able to hold this position, but again, you're going to have to be in a position where you're probably down 2 pawns and just try to set up a fortress.
Wow, nice. Thank you, Var. 2 pawns down, and that looked like a pretty good
it's a draw
fortress.
because the pawns are too close to each
Yes,
other, right?
exactly.
If they're separated more than 3 rows, I think.
3
or
files,
4.
5? Yeah, I know, exactly.
3 or 4, maybe 5.
I mean, you know, just because I read the Averbach
Yeah.
series of Endgame books doesn't mean like I know I can quote them chapter and
so
verse.
easy to forget when you don't see it in practice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Turning our attention to the other remaining game, our challenger, Nepo. He had sacrificed, well, he had been the recipient of an exchange sacrifice a long, long, long time ago. And I want to say,
G5.
yes, I wanted to say that I see 3 results.
Yes,
This is a
anything
game
can
that
happen.
really, it could turn on a dime. What we really desperately want as white is to establish our bishop on c6 where it's protecting the g2 pawn, it's protecting b5, but we know that the moment rook takes c6 is played, it's going to be checkmate on the king side,
Right.
so you can't put the bishop on c6. The last move was actually queen a6, rook c2, queen a6, and we're up to date with this player, with the play, by the way, g5. Shout
Yeah,
out to
I'm
you.
like in
yeah.
black's position for
You
sure.
are.
Yes.
You are. So after the move queen a6, Naji, how you need a concrete follow-up too, though, right?
I do. I think it has to be h5.
H5. Let's do it. Not g4.
I'm going to prepare it with h5.
Well, you're preparing the move g5, g4.
It's also a weighted move because what is white going to do?
Yes. Okay. So you want to play h5, so you're going to play g4 so that you give yourself the option of recapturing with a pawn. On the other hand, when you play g5 and g4, I figure you're trying to blow up the king side.
The g2 pawn is quite well protected with the bishop, so if I manage to open up h file, there will be a checkmate.
Okay, for sure. So I'm going to play bishop to g3, to salute the fact that you're going to kill me. Yeah.
Maybe knight f5 back.
Okay. And once again, I'm going to play for one of those cocoon positions that I had mentioned a moment ago.
But I think I'm threatening h4 and then g4 as well.
Okay, so let's see it. So I go king h1, so that queen takes e3 will not come with a check, right? So did you suggest
Should
h4?
I go g4 first or h4?
Ooh.
So many good options.
All right, it's all you. It's on you. It's on you.
I'm going to try g4. Okay,
so g4, my first reaction is I want to keep things closed on the king side for just a.
Is that doable? What if I play queen f6?
So you are going to go for my h pawn.
Right.
I'm going to go for your b6 pawn.
Maybe rook d2.
Okay. Well,
no immediate threats, but
don't fail me now, guys. But I do see a check.
King h7. Oh.
I didn't want you to go to g7. So.
But I think even going to h7 is still unpleasant after bishop e5.
Nice.
Yeah, rook d2 was definitely not a good move.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So.
I think we have some
result game still.
Yeah.
Var, did he play f4?
No, he didn't, Yasser.
He
didn't play the move f4. It's a little bit surprising because you once you start realizing you're in trouble, you want to find some counterplays with this f4 move. So it was very important to play this move. Duda took his time. As you can see, he's got only 9 minutes left on the clock right now, and he didn't play the move f4. So he played g5, and now I think he's in very, very serious trouble. I think Rapport has some good winning chances now. Let's take a look now what he can do. So he played the move g5. Again, he had to play the move f4, and now Rapport played the move f4. It's a very important move here again. You want to fix opponent pawns on the light squares. Now we have another pawn on f5 that is fixed. So he takes, g takes f6, g takes f4, and now f5 pawn is weak. And as you can see, the evaluation is already +2 here. So it's a 2-pawn advantage. That means you're going to end up in a position where you're going to be down 2 pawns here. And let's look at some of the lines here. Let's say bishop h4. If you try to activate the bishop, you just play the move e3. Now you protect all your pawns. Now you want to play bishop e2 here, pick up the b5 pawn. If you try to defend with the king, let's say you play king d6, bishop goes on e2, attacking the pawn on b5. You try to defend it this way, and now I can try to attack f7. For example, with bishop h5 is a good move. Now if you play f6, bishop g6, and pick up the pawn.
Right.
You want to provoke the move f6 here, because later on when you pick up the f5 pawn, you'll have entry squares for your king to get into, like from g6 and e6. That's the reason it's better to play the move bishop h5 first instead of just directly trying to come here and pick up the pawn. So you're going to be losing a couple of pawns here, probably 2 pawns, and maybe some chances still for a draw, but it's a very, very difficult defense ahead for Duda here.
Well, for me, I got to say, I find it remarkable. We're talking about a bishops of opposite color position. White's not even a pawn up at the moment.
Right.
And we can, it's even Steven, but we can see that it's close to lost.
Duda looks like
and it's such a rare case of bishops of opposite color where I could say, dude, you're busted.
I feel for him right now. As players, we know how that feels. Where just a couple moves ago, he could have fixed the draw.
Exactly.
And now he has to sit and suffer in this endgame for many, many moves.
Right, right. Just, he kind of like took his eye off the ball with that early b5, and he was just thinking, oh, we're heading towards a draw. But it was that move, b2, b4, that rocked his world. Yeah. Because if the funny part, we were talking about f4. Let me just emphasize how important This recapture was maybe when he got here, Duda was expecting king takes. And then the whole difference is that once I play b4, I've got nothing to worry about because this two pawns are equally matched by this single pawn. By being able to recapture with the bishop and then captures, it's like, wait a minute, it's just such a narrow path. The moment I play b4, then it becomes crystal clear. The b pawn on b7, the b pawn on b5 are both very vulnerable to f7. And why did I agree to this?
And Richard must have seen it and played bishop d1, the sneaky move that
right?
looks completely
so
harmless.
Innocent, but not so innocent at all.
And then I did see he played b4 very quickly.
Yes.
So that he was hoping for this position.
Exactly, securing a weakness that he can nibble upon. And we have some tweets from the social media, questions for ourselves. Are you ready?
I am.
All right, let's do it. This one is from Chess Chirper. I like that.
All right, the question is, where is the best, prettiest, coolest venue or area you have played? Or where is the worst place you have had to play?
Okay, there's been some really, really cool venues. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to the United Arab Emirates, go to the Dubai Chess Club and the Sharjah Chess Clubs. They're just fabulous, as is St. Louis Chess Club. I think some of the Olympic places I've played have been really, really nice. But I remember playing in convention centers in Belgrade and the Hall of Columns, where they played the World Championship matches in the Hall of Columns, were really fantastic, prestigious places. I've played in basements of churches and what have you. So I've had some bad venues. yeah, some bad venues. You?
I will, as soon as I was reading the question, the answer came to mind.
Instantly.
Right, the best venue I've played in was the World Chess Hall of Fame. Just 2 months ago, American Cup.
Yeah.
Just playing in a museum.
You felt good.
It felt amazing.
Right.
Yes.
And I know in Paris they were playing in an art museum that was really, really, you had that feeling like you're in this museum of art and it's nice. Var, jump right in. Your best and worst venues.
My favorite venue probably definitely is the St. Louis Chess Club, where I played many, many U.S. championships, and I always play, try to play my best chess there. Also, I remember once I played the Continental Championship in Argentina. That was a very nice venue.
Right.
We had really enjoy playing here in St. Louis, where I live, and I don't have to travel.
Right. One other, friends of mine, Mark Stefrak, Leo Stefrak, brothers were deaf. And they said, Yasser, could you play a simultaneous for the Washington State Deaf Association? I said, with pleasure. Where are we going to play? And it was the Swedish Convention Center. And it's one of those big rooms where you had the wall divider, where you could just pull. It's like a plastic curtain that kind of like unfolds, and you just divide the room. I'm playing this simultaneous against the Washington Deaf Association members, and I was reading the rules, and one of the participants said, I said, don't make a move when I'm not in front of you. And the fellow asked me, well, how will I know when you're in front of me? And he was deaf, blind, and mute. So I said, I will kick you. He said, oh, that will be fine. He did the signing. Well, anyway, I can't believe, this is like, it's unbelievable, but on the other side of the wall was amateur bagpipe night. It's like, what? Hello? I mean, bagpipes, when they're played professionally, 5 minutes is plenty. When it's amateur bagpipe night, well, I got to tell you, within an hour, my head was like bang, bang, bang. So during the simul, I stopped and I said, could somebody please get those guys to shut up? Everybody in the venue that I was playing in was deaf, because everybody who could hear it already left a long time ago. It's like, that was the worst venue ever, playing the Deaf Association.
Think of a worse venue. I think I've been very lucky to play in such good
Good.
environments.
Boy, you got to get out more.
I should.
This looks really bad. What's happening in Deac's game? Var, over to you.
Well, let's take a look, guys. So one thing, it's clear he's in serious time trouble here. He's got 2 minutes with more than 10 moves to go. And I think Nepo has some real chances here. But let's take a look at the position. The position is still fine for him. Perhaps he maybe made some inaccuracies here. When we were analyzing, Nepo played a little bit surprising move, but I think it's a good psychological move because definitely this move was probably not expected. I know you guys were looking at the move h5, which is a very interesting move, and here e4 would have been the best option to try to maybe secure the d5 square for the bishop. But he actually played this unexpected move king g7. And this is, I guess, for some point, if there are checks on the background, the king will be safe on g7. And now b4 played. Perhaps not the best move. The idea is just to try to bring the queen to a1 with the check. He had some options here. Queen a2 was the best move here to try to pin the rook here. And white is doing fine here after this move. But he did spend some time after king g7. He spent about a couple of minutes. He now has only 4 minutes. So he played b4. And now Nepo played rook c2. And rook is actually very strong on a second rank. Possibility of the other rook now coming in on d2 as well. And again, you don't have that much time here. So you play queen a1 check. And now f6. Blocking is very safe and secure now. And yeah, now we see Deac is actually less than 1 minute on the clock. Still very complicated position. And he's definitely on the back foot. I think really good chances I see here for black with rook d8, d2 coming up. And possibly some tactics at some point.
Well, this is Nepo's forte, is getting his opponent into time trouble and pushing the envelope and putting the pressure on his opponent.
Even without time trouble, I think black has a very good initiative and good chances to win.
Exactly.
But given Deac's time right now with 20 seconds on the clock, I'd be shocked if he manages to save this.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be a real challenge. What are the clock times again and the number of moves?
Deac has 10 seconds. He just
10
made a move,
seconds.
so 40 seconds.
And
right.
He just completed his 30th move, guys, so he still has 10 more moves to go.
And he's getting up from the board. Oh, he's nervous. He's really,
And
really
Nepo
nervous.
has 35 minutes. So.
I got this other really kind of funny story. I think a lot of players over the years have played simultaneous games. That was how a lot of grandmasters earned a little extra money, was to play 30 players at once. Sometimes you don't have enough players to play against. You only have, say, 10 opponents, in which case, to handicap the grandmaster even further, you would play blindfold. So this one is from Vlastimil Hort, grandmaster from the Czech Republic. You know, he's in Germany, and he's in this room where he doesn't have sight of the board, and there's a runner coming in and saying, on board 1, you got this, on board 2, you got this move, on board 3, you got this move, and so on. So there's Vlastimil, you know, having his coffee in a separate room, whereas in the club, everybody's, you know, at the board, you know, looking at this. And this very well-dressed woman came in and was staring at Vlastimil, and Vlastimil poured himself some coffee. She got up. He's not blind. He's not blind. She ran out the room. He's not blind. Blindfold symbol. Something about that just cracks me up every time I think about it. Jumping to the game of Duda for a second, he's put his bishop on f2. That doesn't help his case at all. There's no way. He's going to be losing pawns from here. Every 10 moves, another pawn's going to disappear from the board, Var.
Absolutely, Yasser. He's going to lose the b5 pawn now, and most likely he's going to drop one of the f pawns. And then his best hope is to come up with some kind of defensive mechanism here to try to defend this endgame. But it's going to be very difficult. So let's take a look what perhaps he's trying to do now. So he brought the bishop to f2 now, and I would play the move e3 here, just to make sure to close down the bishop. If, let's say, bishop g1, just put the pawn on h3.
Right.
And then take on b5. But I guess he didn't like the move h3. Here actually we have king e2.
Uh-oh.
And we can try to
trap the bishop.
Trap the bishop.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Black needs a tempo. If the pawn was on h5, they would be fine.
Yes.
Right.
h4, bishop,
So
g3.
it looks like, yeah, you're going to have to come back to...
Immediately.
Immediately and down. Bishop takes b5. Let's see how white will try to win the second pawn here, because let's say b6 is played.
Right.
One of the options is to play, let's say, bishop a6. Now to play bishop to c8.
Okay.
And now king d7.
All right. I see the engine wants you to play bishop f1.
Bishop f1, yeah. Now the point is to try to put a bishop on h3.
Right.
If, let's say, you play the bishop move, now bishop will go to h3, attacking the pawn on f5. And if you play king e6,
now we have
then
e4.
after e4, you will be losing the second pawn.
That's easy, yeah.
So when that happens, the bishop f1, you have to play the move king e7 or king e6 immediately. So if bishop h3 is played, you will have to play the move king f6.
But here your bishop's so messed up. Maybe I can just make a pass pawn.
I think, yeah, this is the idea. He will try to play king d3 and perhaps c4, c5, or even king c4, maybe king c4 and king b5 as well.
Easy. Going back to the game of Deac for a moment, because it's all about the time trouble, let's keep an eye on this one. King h1 was played. How do you feel about them apples, Var? Is there a way that we can crack open the king side?
I think your idea that you were looking at earlier with h5 looks very interesting. Just try to create more attacking chances, perhaps to play the move g4 and then open up the h file. So I think in time pressure with 40 seconds on the clock would be very unpleasant to face the move h5 here. Let's take a look at some of the lines after that. So let's say you play h5, and you see a concrete idea, g4 is coming, and rook h8 possibilities out there as well. The best move is either to play bishop c6 or e4 here. So let's say you play bishop to c6.
Okay.
Now, you can play the move rook a2. The point of this move is to attack the queen and also take away the queen a7 move completely.
Ideas, yeah.
And now queen to c1.
Okay.
And now we get, I would actually play this move. There are other moves as well, but now you have two rooks on a second round. It's incredible that even with this, the evaluation is very, very small here. It just shows how solid white's position is here still. But here you have to play the only move now, e4 already.
But it looks devastating. You're doubled on the set, and it's a very minor advantage for black. That's remarkable.
Yes, and now if you just take on f2, wow, this is incredible. Now, bishop d5 now. Now we see the point of the move e4, because now you're attacking the queen and the rook on a2. Again, very, very difficult, I think, to navigate through these lines in a time pressure. But the move e4 is absolutely necessary to give yourself this option of bishop d5. So we can play now rook a, c2, attacking the queen. Queen goes to a1, and it's possible now to take on c6 here. Very, very complicated lines here. Lot of possibilities, but it looks like white is still holding. The evaluation is very small, but I think it'll be incredibly hard for Deac to navigate through these complications.
Okay, on the board, the position that you have on the board, anytime we were playing the bishop c6 move in the past, you were capturing on c6 and playing queen e4 and mating me on g2. Why isn't that the case now?
In this position?
Yeah.
So let's take a look here. So if we take now
On
rook
c6,
takes c6.
Right.
Pawn takes c6.
You were mating me so often.
Yes.
I mean, you hit me.
Yeah, but now I think that's where we see the point of this move, king h1, Yasser.
Okay.
It gives you an option actually to play rook g1.
Okay, go ahead if you like.
It's very passive, but still it's like holding the position for now.
Rook takes f2.
Rook takes f2?
Rook takes a2, queen a7 check.
Okay, king g6, let's say.
6. And now...
You got the same skeptical voice that I've got,
Queen
right?
a8. It's incredible. Rook takes g2, and
It's got a
you don't have anything more than... You have to go to h6 here, because if you go to f5, I have queen to h7 check.
Chess is not fair.
So
Wait a
here,
minute.
No, it's not.
and now queen h8.
Wow.
Somehow white is holding this position.
Remarkable. That move king h1 Wow, it showed.
You do also have the F3 move there too, guys. So Rook G1, it's not the only move. You still can play actually F3 in this position.
Also.
Yes, and.
Well, now you're just being insulting. Just a second. I mean,
yeah,
queen
because
takes c6. And
queen takes c6, and again, now some counterplay is coming with queen a7 check. If you go to G, you want to keep the rook on d2. You can play rook d7 with a small advantage. But if you go to g6 now, then again, queen to b8, creating chances now with the queen g8 check.
So this idea to bring the queen all the way to the 8th rank and give checks is the way to save the game.
Is saving.
Key defensive idea for Deac here.
Okay, and the current position in the current times, Naji, what's going on?
Right, we have king h1 on the board.
Okay.
And Deac has 40 seconds. And
40 seconds, yeah.
Ian is taking his time because he had 35 minutes, I think, last time we checked. So he's been thinking for about 8 minutes.
Move 30, so
he still has.
So Deac is going to be playing on increments and getting the 30-second increment each time.
He might not survive for 10 moves though with 40 seconds.
Exactly, but one of the things that I like to do whenever my opponent is in time trouble, one of the things I start looking for is non-forcing moves that are really good.
Right.
I mean, if the forcing moves are good, play them.
Of course.
Of course. But if you don't have a way of going talk, 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 talk and wins, then when your opponent's in time trouble, you want to give him a little rope. He's nervous already. Maybe he'll see ghosts.
Right, that's why I like move h5.
Yeah, it's one of those waiting moves. Maybe you don't get perpetual check because your pawn happens to be on h5 and otherwise. Yeah, I'm warming up to that move specifically here. But I got to tell you, I mean,
moves for white here is very difficult.
True. But I mean.
He played rook d2, of course.
Yeah. How do you not play rook d2?
And
is the
responded immediately with bishop g3, which.
Right. This is the cocoon.
What about
variation.
knight f5 now?
Right. This is what we were saying, kind of as a cocoon. Let's say I go. Just
and we have two rooks now on the second rank.
Oh no! I have
There's
to keep
a difference.
I have to keep my rook protected.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll play bishop c6. This is what I was saying that...
Wait, there's no checkmate here?
No checkmate, not that I could see.
Not yet.
Yeah, that my bishop on c6 will be a real roof.
Ian played knight f5, by the way. It's on the board already.
Okay.
And Deac has about 50 seconds now to...
Because he played his last two moves quickly, got that extra 30-second bonus. It adds up. And far as we keep our eye on this game that's in time trouble, Richard's making progress.
Yes, Yasser. Actually, I've been told by my friend Darius, who is working in the track, that with a stronger engine, this position is actually just winning. It's like +7. This endgame. So it's, and perhaps this last move h5 didn't really help. It's maybe made it more difficult Black's defense. But let's take a look why. So h5 is played now, king e2, attacking the bishop.
Right.
Bishop has to go back now. Only move to h4.
Okay.
And now we take the pawn on b5.
Yep.
So. Let's say b6.
Okay.
Bishop c4. Now king goes to f6. And now we try to, I guess we can try to bring the king now. King d2. And again, I think the bishop is going to end up on h3. Yasser, the line that we looked at it earlier. And this bishop is misplaced here on h4. So let's say king e7.
Yep.
Now we see the problem. H-pawn is hanging.
It's gone.
Yeah, so... Yeah,
you have to go king g6. Or go king g6.
Yeah, I get...
Okay, king f6, king d2, king g6.
King g6, yeah, in that position. So let's see. Here, king g6.
Yeah. So we don't lose the h5.
H5 pawn, yes. Again, it's not very clear, the plan, but eventually I think white will make progress here. Bishop goes to f1. We have bishop h3 ideas. So let's see. We have some moves now in this game.
Okay.
So we have bishop h4, bishop takes b5.
Duda must just be cursing himself. I mean, just that he's in this position, totally suffering when he had nobody to blame but himself. He just walked into a very, very, very
The worst feeling is
difficult
that he's
ending.
not also 100% sure this is lost. There's still a hope that he can hold this.
Yeah, but you
yeah.
intuit that you may be, already on, the edge
We
and
definitely
gone.
don't want to be in his situation.
No, you don't.
But he still thinks maybe I can still hold this, so he's still trying. With
Yeah.
1 minute on the clock, by the way, he's also in time trouble.
But the action is on the other table as challenger Jan Nepo has just played the move knight, and we do have bishop c6 on the board, and Deac is saying, okay, go ahead, obliterate my king side, do the worst that you can to me, and don't think for a moment that I'm hanging my pawn on e3 because I have a nasty surprise. f6 is actually hanging. So after this move, bishop c6, a well-timed move, Var, is there a way that black can cause injury?
Yes, I think Yasser Deac actually made some mistakes now, and now I think Nepo is got very, very good winning chances here. We can take a look at some of the lines now.
Sure.
So it started right here. King h1 was a good defensive move, but after rook dd2, it just looks the pressure is too much here, the pressure on f2. So he decided to play, he had to play the move queen a7. This is his best move here, to try to create counterplay, or to play the move e4. We went over this line. If rook takes f2,
bishop d5.
yeah, he has a bishop d5 idea. So after exchanging the rooks, bishop d5. But instead he played the move bishop g3 here. And now knight f5 comes in with the tempo now.
Right.
And threatening to take on g3. And now if you play, for example, bishop h2, then just simply rook takes f2. You're losing the f2 pawn.
Right. He did play bishop c6.
So he did play bishop c6, trying to secure the bishop. But now black can start with the move rook a2.
Okay.
To make sure the rook doesn't get, the queen doesn't get active on an a file. And you can play queen to
We have this on the board, by the way.
queen c3, let's say. And now
Deac played queen b1 bar.
Queen b1. Okay, so we have queen b1 played already. And now you can take on g3 first.
Do it.
And takes
Why not immediately
back.
h5?
Or h5. That was another option here. And, now
And
we
just
play
the
h5.
fact that you're doubled along the second rank, it makes all the difference in the world, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. White doesn't have any active moves here, and you can play queen e4, but I think you're probably going to be losing that endgame.
That's
and
not an
if you
endgame.
play h4, for example, it's another alternative here. Then you can even play the move g4. And now-
G4.
and your e3 pawn is hanging as well in some of these lines.
This is a really sad position for white.
Truly. Truly.
Yeah, let's take a look if he plays this move, as Nazi suggested, the h5 move.
Yeah.
Now, again, very, very difficult position because the threat of h4 is coming. And that's exactly what he did. He just played h5. And now threatening to play h4, attacking the bishop.
Right.
And the bishop goes back, then simply take on f2.
Right.
this
That's
looks-
one of those moves, h5, that you want to just, keep the pressure, don't trade pieces, make your opponent, come up with something.
Because he can take on g3 whenever he wants.
Exactly.
The
The
bishop's
bishop
not going anywhere.
Yeah, the bishop is tethered to
Yeah.
the f2 pawn. And the
White
clock
has
is
to
ticking.
play, yeah, white has to play h4 here or queen e1. Or queen e4.
Okay.
Played. Okay.
And he played queen e4. And he's going into that endgame that I think we all despise.
Yes.
Queen takes e4, knight takes g3. That's just an exchange.
Then rook picks up
All
lot
kinds of pawns, yeah. We were talking about Duda's pawns being vulnerable. After this move, queen e4, it's like the e3 pawn as well as the b4 pawn is vulnerable. So something like rook e2 and rook b2 are on black's agenda, and these
will
pawns
be-
will fall,
No fortresses for white.
yeah, one after the other. Yes, exactly. No fortresses. Did you like that comment, by the way? by Magnus Carlsen.
He doesn't
I don't believe in
fortresses.
fortresses. That was cute. I thought that was
I like
insightful.
comment, but I don't agree with him.
No, of course not, because there are fortresses
Yeah.
that do work, and he, Magnus, actually, I think it was in his match with not Kramnik, but
Anand?
Sergey,
Oh,
where
Karyakin.
Karyakin, where he ended up making a fortress in one particular game. Or it was the other way around. Karyakin,
He was good at defending. I
yeah,
think he
the
probably
Minister
had a
of Defense.
fortress.
Yeah. This ending, valuation, VAR, looks really, really high for Jan after queen e4, queen takes e4. What's the valuation?
Yeah, evaluation is actually just winning, yeah. So
Just winning.
It's about +5.
Oh my
for
gosh,
so-
that's huge.
So, and he's going to go for it. He just took on e4.
Yep.
And we're going to see knight takes g3 next. And then actually after knight takes g3, there is an interesting line here. You have this move f5 now, right here.
Wow.
Yes.
Queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes g3 with a check, and f5 now.
Why can't I take?
Well, if you take with the rook, you might get mated on the back
Oh,
rank.
I see. I don't have. Oh, right. If I play g4, that'll be h4.
Right, check. And oopsie daisy. Whether you take or not, it doesn't matter. But the point is, g4 doesn't give you that. But if you took with the bishop,
Wait.
no, then
Can
g2.
I play g3 after h4?
Oh, excuse me.
It's probably still a mate.
Rook
but-
takes f5. Check and check, or check and mate threat. G4 and use. Pardon me.
Pawn g3.
Oh, then I check and pick up your
Bishop
bishop.
g2, and we lose the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't get. Can I get 5 pawns?
You might,
Maybe,
but you,
but I'm
but
still
you again
mated.
can't get mated on the first rank
Yeah.
too. Yeah. Oh my. So f5. Well, that's a visual.
But it's not necessary to play to win this game, right? f5 is just the probably best move.
Right.
But he has plenty of other options.
Right. But you see it, and
But
you
what
go.
if white ignores it and goes bishop c6?
Well, then you just go back to, I guess, picking off pawns. Rook f2 and or rook e2. I am assuming rook takes f5 is always going to get mated.
He played rook b2, by the way, on the board.
Yeah, very hard to play a move like f5 because in your mind's eye, this pawn is actually kind of useful, you know? And you kind of go, okay, this pawn might not look like much, but it is a pawn. And Deac is saying, okay, do your worst. You're welcome to munch this fellow. I want to munch this fellow.
Should black just push? I wouldn't push h4. Maybe just king. On king g6, you have bishop e4 check, and then I have to move again.
Okay, but what you do have is rook
G4.
f2.
I also
Oh,
have g4.
G4.
I have g4.
Ooh. Naji. Boy, you woke up on the right side of that today. Look at you, sharp as ever. G4. I really like that move because that really does say to the bishop, hey, you know, you got to make your choice right now. VAR, did Richard make an error?
Yeah, he made a slight inaccuracy here, actually. I have the position here, guys. I will show you. And in this position, actually, it's very important to keep this e2 square for your bishop. So every time opponent plays bishop h4, you have the bishop e2 idea, and you just simply pick up the pawn on h5. If you win the pawn on h5, that position will be already completely winning. So he had to just simply take on b5. This would have been the best option here because this bishop is actually sort of trapped here, Yasser, because you don't have a way to get back into the game that easily here.
Right.
So because bishop h4, I have bishop e2, winning the h5 pawn and the game. So this was very important to do. But instead he played king e2, and this is the inaccuracy now because now you don't have this move bishop e2 anymore. So now bishop goes back to h4. Bishop takes, and now at least the bishop is back to normal square.
Yeah, right.
And that's why when, after the move h5, that's why the evaluation was that big because you don't have a good way to get the bishop back into the game. So, but now since the bishop is back, it's around +2 still, and we have a couple of more moves played. Bishop c4 check, king e7, king d3.
Now h4 makes a big difference.
And now bishop d5, b6. And now he played bishop g2 in this position. The best move actually in this position is to start with the move bishop b7. This would have been an improvement over bishop g2 because now you're threatening to play the move bishop c8 and pick up the second pawn.
Right.
So if, let's say, he tries to play king d7, this is the important part here. And now we play bishop to g2. And we are getting that position with the bishop h3, Yasser, that we had earlier. King goes to e6, bishop to h3, and with the idea of e4 and winning the second pawn. And with a very good winning chances here for white.
From that starting position, go back earlier before the move king e2. I found myself, maybe you too, Naji, drawn to the idea right here of playing bishop e2, provoking the move h4. Go ahead and play the move bishop e2 for just a second, Var. Bishop e2, h4. Oh, okay, let me see if I can do it on my board, just for a moment. Right about here. Instead of the move king, I find myself drawn to this idea, Naji. I go bishop e2. Gift me the pawn. If I take that pawn, it's game over. Yeah, because I'm still going to take the f pawn and the b pawn. You have to play h4. I'm going to play h3.
Now black's bishop.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah. Isn't that just cute? This bishop is like trapped
I mean, we
eternally.
can't win it, but it can't go back to the game.
Yeah, it can go to g3 and that's it. It's just like kind of stuck there. The problem is in a lot of those variations where we were winning the f5 pawn, we were doing it by bishop h3 and e4. So we have taken that away. But in any case, I found myself drawn to the move bishop e2 for just a moment. And let me update the board. Is it winning?
Is it still winning?
It feels like the answer should be yes, right? Because bishop h3, I still do pick up a second pawn. Right?
Yeah,
if you go king e6.
Probably is winning.
I got e4, and if you don't play king e6.
And if it's a draw, black needs to make all the accurate moves.
Yeah.
And what's the time situation? We have, Richard has 17 minutes, and Duda has 2 minutes on the clock.
And
so Duda will be blitzing, making natural-looking moves.
Sure.
Which is not always good enough in an endgame like this.
Exactly. But those two pawns should do it. I'm turning our attention to Nepo's position with Deac because he has gotten his pawn to h. Yeah, he did exactly what we were thinking. Bishop f3, played king h6, g4, h4, sure. I'll take over this g3 square, make sure that I always have a checkmate on the back rank. So if I play rook h1, bishop went to c6, king back to g7. I like the pawn on f6.
Black can also exchange one pair of rooks because white
With rook
king
f2,
will never be active anymore, and black king will march all the way to the queen side, to the center.
Yeah, I think there's an inevitability that this pawn also gets lost, so it's going to be 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
And white's bishop is going to defend a lot of important pawns, but eventually you can see that black's king. I think I'll engineer a trade of rooks, and black's king will march one day to all the way to g3. I feel Zugzwan
They
will
just
be
reached move 40, but I don't think this game will last much longer.
In short, Wesley So will find himself with company.
Yeah.
For Nepo, should he win this game, and we think he has every reason to expect that he will win this game, this will be a very important victory for him because he's looking to rebound and bring some confidence.
Of course.
And
winning
good start.
with black alone is such
already
a boost for your confidence.
And as we get ready for a quick break, prep your questions for us as we'll see you on the other side.
We'll be back soon.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. We have an update.
Yes,
Nepo
we do.
did win his game.
Okay, and we had 3 draws as we went on break. We thought Nepo was going to win. There was some inevitability because we could force a trade of rooks, and then the king would eventually just come marching gallantly up the board, and
that
we will
extra material
as well
paid off.
And Nepo finds himself tied for first with Wesley So. And as we get set up for a conversation with Nepo, that leaves us with 1 game remaining, Richard Rapport. And during our break, Var and I were discussing this particular situation. Pardon me, we were just right here. And I was saying to Var, I would love to play the move e4, and Var was pointing out to me that it's not that easy, that after the move bishop h6, bishop takes check, king d6. If I go after this one, there is a problem. And this guy, I'm losing one of my queenside pawns. And that is one way that Richard could let the win slip away from his grasp. So Richard didn't do that. He ended up playing the move bishop f1, and I think not going for that e4 break. But in any case, it's a big
So without
result.
e4, how does...
Pardon me?
Without pushing e4, how
Yes.
does white make progress?
Well, I think what white really wants to do exactly here right now is to put the bishop on c8. So if I could put the bishop on c8, that's going to force the king back to the f6 square. Once you're on the f6 square, you're not going to be able to attack c3, which means king b5, and I can sneak in that
Create a
way.
pass pawn.
Let's ask Var, how close is Richie to winning the game, and has he blown it, or is it still okay? I think you're not mic'd in. Oh, sorry. Okay. You were just about to tell us that maybe there was a few inaccuracies there that was going on, yeah? Okay, so what Var was saying is right, just more or less this place. Hold on. Where are we? It was this move king
Right.
e2.
Take on b5.
Right. Okay. Var, apologies, I was stealing your thunder. Go for it. How should he win?
Well, it's not so clear, Yasser, how he should win the position. Definitely missed opportunity there with the king e2 move.
Okay.
But I will show you some lines here, but it's not so clear how to win that second pawn, because we know in order to win this position, you need to win the second pawn. With two extra pawns, you will have some serious winning chance. If you don't win the pawn, I don't think you can win this game. So let's take a look at some of the lines, how he can try to make progress here.
Okay.
So bishop h3, unfortunately, this line for white, king e6, e4 doesn't really work, because e4, bishop h6, you lose the f4 pawn and then as well the h2 pawn, and looks like black is holding now. It shows equal at the moment. So we have to try to maneuver here. We can start, for example, we can start out with the move bishop b7 here.
Right.
The threat is bishop c8 now to win the pawn here. And now the only move here is actually to play king d7.
Okay.
Because if you play king e6, then I have a bishop c8 check, forcing the king to f6. And now, since the bishop is already blocked, I think we can even play the move king b5 and try to pick up the...
I think that was your idea, yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
C6.
That's
yeah, king
gift.
e7 and c4.
Yes, and here we win a pawn.
So that's why he has to play king d7 here to prevent the move bishop c8 here. And again, you're a little bit tied up now to the defense of the c3 pawn, so you don't have any moves like king b5 at the moment. And if you play bishop d5, simply king e7 back.
Okay.
Perhaps you can try to maneuver the king. One idea I see, maybe king b3 he can try to start with. And here black, this is the perfect setup for black here. He doesn't need to change anything. The king on d7 is well placed and a bishop. So he will basically play bishop h8.
Wow, what a waiting move. It looks terrible.
Yeah, and
Why can't I play bishop d5?
Let's say you play bishop d5.
King e7.
King e7, yes.
And let's get down to business. c4.
c4.
Bring our king to b5 and play c5.
Yeah, so let's say bishop g7.
Okay, just waiting. And if I go c5 and b5, Var?
If you play c5, I will capture.
b5?
b5 is an idea, definitely. Try to play b6.
Go, baby, go. Bring us glory.
And now some different ways to defend, but probably this f6 is interesting.
What?
To free up the king.
Because you don't want to lose the f7 pawn. King c4, right?
King
d6.
Yeah, okay.
b6.
b6. Bishop f8.
How is this not winning? I mean...
Yeah, black's just holding in this very, very awkward
And now
position.
b7,
Right.
king c7. Now
Bishop c6 and king d5, and can I make a break to the king side?
and now I just wait. King b8.
So king d5, king e6,
King d5, no, just king c7 now.
right?
And if
Oh.
king e6, then we can maybe start pushing the c pawn.
I see. We have such beautiful positional understanding. We deserve victory just because of our understanding of the position.
Yeah, it could be, guys. It was crucial that one moment where he played this move, king e2. We're just keep coming back to that idea of king e2 where he played, because at that point he had a way to win the second pawn.
This
And
was
here,
the
Key
moment. That was move 30, if I've got it. 31.
Yes.
King e2.
Yeah.
That was where we had let the bishop get back to h4 and back into civilization. And we could have just started with bishop takes b5, yeah?
Yes, in this case he would have won the second pawn. This is when the evaluation was really, really big and showing a winning advantage for white.
Great, and let's just remind everybody who showed up late, shame on you, by the way, for showing up late, but we do have one win. That's fine.
Yes, we have 3 draws and 1 win with black pieces by Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, well, but
And 1 game still going on.
Yeah, the 2 victories that have occurred so far in the first 2 rounds have been by
With black.
black. Rather remarkable. Our congrats to Nepo, as I really have some questions for him as he gets set up. But we're thinking the current was so. I'm not sure what you stated about the current state of
Right.
affairs.
So is it holding for
Is
black?
it holding?
Well, the evaluation is showing about +1.5, but it's not showing a clear way for white to make progress here. So I think with a very precise play, black is probably holding this position.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd lose the bet. I would bet that white could win this. Sorry.
Yeah, during the break, I think I was saying that I'm going to call this is going to be a draw. I think I don't trust +1.5 engine evaluation here. +1 obviously because white has an extra pawn,
Right.
and that 0.5 shouldn't be enough for white to win this.
Exactly. By the way, are you a big engine fan? Do you play
No.
with the top engines and know
I hate
all
the
of
engine.
You hate the
I
engine.
hate the engine. It took
Depressing.
so much creativity out of chess, especially the openings.
Right.
So I try to not use it as much as I can, but when you play
It's
on a professional
inevitable.
level, you can't avoid it, of
Yeah,
course.
you have to refer to it. It's a very important tool. But let's jump to Bucharest as Cristian is with Nepo.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with the World Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, first of all, commiserations for the match. That was very, very difficult, but you still came here, and I feel that you came with great energy. Do you feel the same?
Yes, it's. Thank you for commiserations, as you said. Yeah. No, not really. I guess it's important to play a bit more for a while. Yeah, I think that after Dubai, I went to Warsaw soon enough. So I wouldn't say I'm like full of energy, like motivation and ideas. But I mean, okay, it's my job. Yeah, has to be done.
You just have to keep going, and that's a great attitude.
Yeah, perhaps.
Let's talk about the game today, because with the black pieces, it's never easy to win in this type of events, yet you did so today. Tell us a bit about the game.
I wouldn't say it was me winning. It was more about him. I'm not sure what was it particularly. Was it a blunder or was it like a exchange sack? I mean.
And that was early on in the opening.
Yeah, I guess the line goes like b takes c3 and then some weird perpetual. But yeah, queen c3. Yeah, I think knight e7 or something. Rook h5, bishop g4, rook h4. Or maybe bishop e6 first. Okay, I couldn't recall, but there is some sort of repetition here, very artificial, but just as usual when the engine is at its best. So yeah, but when he started thinking, I felt like okay, maybe he's going to play queen c3, and I wasn't quite sure if it would be a blunder or it would be like some sort of.
So you didn't feel like this is his preparation?
No, I mean he started thinking about like move 3. Yeah? Oh. When he saw like bishop e7, he started thinking. Yes, so clearly he was. I think he expected some Tarash, but C5, yeah. So then I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I did all right. So here it should be all right for white, I believe. Out of like common sense, yeah, like two bishops and a pawn. But I guess somehow he was. I think yeah, he couldn't make up mind like what to do, like play on or escape for a draw. I'm not sure about bishop e6. I think maybe bishop g4 makes some sense, like and after bishop. I guess after bishop c4, I can still play something like
queen h5.
Yeah, perhaps queen h5 and knight e5. Like I mean, there is like yeah, some bishop e2. Yeah, so I think maybe bishop g4 was a move, but I thought like bishop e6, knight e5 is very safe for me, and maybe if you get some bishops, I can also get some better position because of okay, my rooks on c and d.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here I felt like he can play bishop c4 or maybe queen e5. Like should be quite holdable. Yeah, for white I guess. I mean maybe unpleasant, but yeah, white shouldn't be much worse. But yeah, what he did was like very ambitious. But yeah, I guess here, I mean if he's not losing by force, it's some sort of a miracle. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's a miracle. Yeah, I see now the evolution.
So what's Black's plan? Why did you assess it so aggressively, for lack of better word?
I mean, my plan is just to deliver a mate. I have like tons of ideas, like g5, knight h4, knight h4, knight h4 immediately, like rook c2, rook d2, a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, and this incredible. Like so, in some lines like bishop b7, rook d7 would be winning. But yeah, this line like bishop c8, queen d5, bishop b7. Takes queen e8, king h7, f3, queen d2, and so on and so on and so on. So I collect b2 pawn, and I collect e3 pawn, and yet it's first on b2. Yeah, I think yeah. Let's be greedy. But still, it should be a draw. Yeah, because okay, he plays in the end he plays just rook g1 and he holds. So it was
easy line. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean also there was a move like queen, I guess queen d7 instead of here. Yeah. And he plays queen b6, and rook c1 would be winning, but there is queen d8. Otherwise, white is lost, but okay, this is winning for white probably. So I played for some, I don't know, for some tuk-twang. Yeah.
With rook to c2?
Yeah, with rook c4. So actually the trick was like after queen b3, I would play rook d7, bishop e8, and then rook e7, and trap the bishop suddenly. Was my plan, but yeah, there was like rook queen e2 move. There also was like the move he played, like queen a6. And here I felt like, yeah, it shouldn't be something special for me. So I just decided to pass a little, like king g7. I mean, okay, in the end I can always make a draw, but
the thing is, at this point he also had like 6 minutes on his clock.
Oh, that's quite. I think that's quite usual for him.
Typical for him. Yeah, yeah. But at the same time, it is a disadvantage, right?
Yeah, I guess after before he sort of short an important idea like queen a4 and queen e4, so this would like simplify his task by quite a lot. But here, well, yeah.
And there's no queen e4, of course.
Yeah, there's just a queen trapped. Yeah, it's a different story, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I couldn't trap the queen. Yeah, I guess queen e1, f6, king h1. I decided just to double my rooks. I thought like queen a7 and queen a8 should be a draw, so he can basically give up the pawn on f2 and go for activity. But when he played bishop g3, of course, it was like, yeah. I think after bishop g3, it's probably beyond savable. So after knight f5, I'm not sure what.
I saw that as soon as he played bishop to g3, you immediately played knight to f5.
No, I mean bishop g3 is such a gift. Like basically, I mean if he just has few tempi to activate his pieces, he should be all right.
Yeah.
But once he can't get this to bishop
What was
advantage.
the better move at this point for him?
I don't know, like queen a8, maybe throw in like something. Also knight e5, yeah, interesting. Okay, it says queen a7, but okay, I guess it's like, it may be difficult to play, yeah, because I'm sort of insinuating, yeah, some attack, but yeah, I guess also my king is exposed, and yeah, once he starts checking, I think he's quite all right with the counterplay. And finally, bishop pair works brilliantly. Yeah, bishop like plays on c6, defense on g2. So yeah, but yeah, once again, he was in time trouble.
And after this, you felt like
yeah, here
taking over.
Yeah, here h5. I don't know. This is probably just winning by many ways in these positions.
Yeah,
shouldn't be good for white.
Very nice game. Jan, how do you feel about the start of the event, and what is the goal, the objective in this tournament?
I don't know, get some rating points, probably increase my rating a little, maybe fight for some high places. About the start yesterday, I felt like so bad about my game because I guess he played opening like a former Soviet master candidate. Some solid moves, and then some ugly position, completely ugly, and was sort of revelation for me that this whole plan with king on d4 was not the correct one, because at some point I think the position is already, I mean, on the edge of being technical for white. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, if there is a maximum in the isolani, it was it. Yeah, but. I decided to calculate some lines, and then, yeah, I think I blundered something, and yeah, ended up like this position where basically black could also play on, but yeah, he made a draw, so it was like quite annoying, but yeah.
Given that he was an integral part of Team Ding for the last month, and he knew about it, and your team knew about it, did you guys do any sort of special preparation against him, or
no,
analyze his games, his style?
Not really. I mean, clearly, I would say his task was not in holding black pieces, yeah, like holding openings with the black color, because I guess among elite players, he's, I mean, to call a spade, yeah, basically he has like the worst opening preparation, yeah, but on the other hand, he's very creative with white, so it was obvious that some murky lines with white could be expected.
Jan, great insights. Thank you very much. You still have a lot of games left. We'll let you go, get some rest, and get some preparation going.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Cristian, thank you. Nepo, the loneliest man in the world. Look at Richard. He's sitting at the board. He's enjoying his position. But at the same time, there's that real gut fear that it's not enough. He has a good position. He's a pawn up. But you can see him bearing down into the position as he's like, gosh, did I let it slip? We all have that moments where we think, like I should be winning, and
I'll just make one comment. I really liked what Nepo said. Oh, my plan is to deliver mate. Simple as that.
Yes, exactly. Chess is easy. Checkmate wins the game. Nepo is one of those players because the Twitter question was, as a personalities, who do you like? And we jumped on Ding because we said, oh, he's so humble, he's so soft-spoken, it's so very, very nice. Nepo is also one of those passive-aggressive, oh, I'm just such an idiot, I shouldn't be allowed to play chess. Like, he's one of the greatest players in the world, but he despises the fact that he makes one bad move out of 100.
He's a perfectionist.
Right.
Yeah.
And, like, oh, I shouldn't be playing chess, I'm so weak, I'm so bad. Hey, we all struggle, but yeah, that's a very, very typical of a chess player personality, this desire to be perfect. We're not.
I can relate to that.
You can relate to that. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, do you?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't give yourself
more than
a break?
anyone else has ever put.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Jump in, Var. What is happening in the current position?
Well, I think the current position is black is holding.
Black is holding.
Yeah, black is holding. Even with the very powerful engines, the evaluation comes to equal position at the very end. Still a lot of work to do. You have to play precisely, but I've been spending some time trying to find a plan but it's not so easy to find the clear plan where white can make progress. This idea of bishop h3, e4 doesn't work anymore because we always have the pawn on f4 hanging. So let's take a look at a few other options, maybe how white can try to make progress here.
All right.
So he just played the move king b3, and now king e7 is played. King is actually well placed here. Once again, if we play bishop h3 to attack the pawn, he will play king. He can play both moves, but he can start with king e6, and the move e4 is always met. As long as your king is far away from f4 pawn, it's always met by this move, bishop h6, and try to pick up the pawn on f4. So we can't really play that here. So if we try to play the move c4 to try to make progress, just bishop f6.
Okay.
And now if we go king a4, trying to go to b5, then as soon as the king is going to a4, then bishop comes to c3 now, with the idea to play bishop d2. So king b5.
Right.
And now king d6. The point is, if you capture on b6, I can take the pawn on b4, and now bishop c5 check, I'll pick up the e3 pawn as well.
No, don't take on b6, take on f5.
Okay, so let's take on f5.
Right.
It's a better try, definitely. I can start with, for example, king to c7, defending b6, and now getting ready to play the move bishop d2.
Wow.
And we're losing one of the pawns, I guess, no matter what.
Yeah, it sure feels that way, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Good grief.
Let's say c5, pawn takes,
king takes,
c5, king
bishop
takes,
d2.
bishop d2, and now trying to pick up the pawn on e3. If you play king d4, then I will just simply take on b4, and I should be able to make a draw here.
Gotcha. Looks right.
So he just played the move c4, actually. So this is the current position after c4, and now black should play king e6, for example.
Okay.
And bishop h3, and bishop, if let's say bishop f6, e4, and now once we play e4, we now weaken this square, which is very important. Bishop goes to d4.
Okay.
Bishop takes f5, king e7. Now threatening to play bishop e3.
Okay.
So we
king
can
a4,
play
king a4, king b5.
King a4, bishop e3,
king b5,
king b5, and again now king d6. In order to play king c7 before taking the pawn on f4. So bishop g4 we can play.
Yeah.
King c7. Now f5 if we want to keep the pawn.
Sure.
And now both bishop d4, bishop f4 looks like they're both holding here. Bishop f4 attacking the pawn. If you play h3, just simply f6. And it's going to be very hard to make progress for white here. This, you'll get a position with 2 extra pawns, but looks like it's just going to be a fortress.
Yeah, wow. Same issue. The pawns seem to be too close to each other. So we can't use our king to go on the king side and keep opponent's king, protecting our pass pawn. Just looks like black can hold both sides.
One of the things about this position from black's point of view is his defense is rather easy. Mm-hmm. Everything loses. Everything loses. You have to play it like this.
Right.
Then you draw.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you have to allow e4, bishop h6. You don't have a choice. You have to play these moves. And
so all the pressure is on white.
Yeah, that's where Richard has to come up with something creative. Can he do it? As we await the answer to that question, we have a tweet. Let's take a look. This one is from Are We There Yet?
That's a funny name. The question is, what do you guys think are some of the most distracting things that have messed up games or tournaments of yours in the past?
Ladies first.
I have to think about it, so maybe you should go first.
Oh, well, that's easy in my case. Okay. The number one thing I really despise, and you should not do this. This is really something you do not do. You do not stand up and just look. You stand up and you look at the board as if you're giving a simul or something like that. That's number one. Second, you don't come around the back of me and you stand over my shoulder looking down. don't distract the players. You have people who are walkers. They go back and forth. I can deal with that. That's okay. But the people who stand up as if they're going to give a sign, well, no, I don't like that. One of my favorite stories of people who try to distract me, I was playing in my first U.S. Open. Yeah, it was this young junior B player playing for, gosh, I don't know, a B prize. And, you know, it was one of the biggest tournaments ever in the United States, like 750 people.
Wow.
And to find my name on this pairing list, I had to go down to like board 300, right? Again, I'm a B player. And I played a gentleman. Very nice, elderly gentleman, white hair, beautiful smile, fantastic smile. And over the course of the game, his position got more and more intense. And the smile turned into a grimace. And towards time trouble, he'd taken a glass of water, took his teeth out, and put it in the glass of water. And I'm looking at the game, VAR, this glass of his teeth that had been smiling at me since the start of the position were looking at me from the glass. I thought that was hilarious.
That would be quite distracting.
That was one of my favorites. What about you, VAR? What distracts you?
Definitely, Yasser, when opponent is, making some noises, especially noise level. If I'm in a tournament room, I like it to be very quiet. I'm very sensitive to noise. I can hear even if like somebody is whispering, so that's one thing. Another thing, chairs. Another thing, sometimes I've had experience, even grandmasters, they offer you a draw actually when it's your turn to move.
That's true.
That could be very distracting, so that's something you really want to avoid. You should offer a draw only when you make the move. Immediately make the draw offer. Don't wait 30 seconds or a minute, then offer a draw. So those are the things that definitely distract me during the game.
Yeah, those noises and what you said is right. Draw offers. Now you thought of something?
Yes.
Yeah.
When I first moved to the United States and played one of my first open tournaments, the rules were quite different here than what I was used to in Europe.
Okay.
So the players were allowed to listen to music in their headphones during the game.
I've seen a lot of open tournaments. The guys got these big...
And a few times my opponents didn't have noise-canceling headphones, and
so
I
you could
hear their music during my move. So that was quite distracting, yes.
Right. One other thing, and I really, it gets pretty bad, is remember, you're trying to win the game. You're not trying to kill your opponent, distract your opponent, or something like that. I love, and I still do, the cross pens. I thought that they were very silent. You could just go like this, and you make your move, and you can close them. Some people, and I won't mention any names, they have the clicker pens. So they're waiting for you to move, and they're like, like, would you stop doing what you're doing? Oh, am I distracting you? You think?
I have a question for both of you. A lot of players like to pick up the pieces that have been exchanged and play with them in their hand, with a pawn.
That's a very bad habit. Don't do it.
You don't like it?
I hate it. Bad habit. Don't do it. VAR?
I don't do it that much. Maybe I've done it rarely, but I know like there's particular like
there we see Duda playing.
Gelfand was very big.
He's doing it right now.
So the #1 guy in the world who does the peace movement, of course, is Boris
Gelfand, yes.
And I was with Boris in Dusseldorf in February of this year. He had come to this competition because they had all of these side events going on, and he was giving chess training. So I was warning all of the spectators, don't do this. This is very, very bad habit. And they got the top grandmaster right behind you. So Boris had come on the show, and I said, Boris, explain to the people about your habit. Yes, very bad habit, says Boris. That's the very first thing he said. Made me as happy as I could be. There are bad habits that you should stop right away. Just don't even go there. That's one of them. Why? Because it's not just distracting for your opponent. You yourself will end up finding yourself distracted. It's sort of like, you start to look for a piece to grab onto, and maybe it won't be there, and that will annoy you.
And unless you're a pro like Boris Gelfand, you'll eventually drop those pieces.
Exactly. Blanc.
Yeah.
And we have one more tweet. But thank you. Good question. Many distractions. This one is from Tyler. What? It can't be our Tyler, can
Very
it?
long question. We always see tried and true openings and variations, but an outlier nicknamed the worst opening in chess,
the
bomb
cloud.
cloud attack,
Yes.
has been used by Nakamura and even Carlsen against high-level opponents.
Yes.
Some say it's a meme, and some say it's a self-imposed challenge. What are your thoughts?
It's a way of shaming your opponent, right? It's like,
That
so
I
like,
can beat
like,
you even with this
look,
opening.
Dude, you know, we can't play a game where I take a rook off the board and I give you rook odds. Because the computer won't allow that. That's online. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the bomb cloud, which is this absolutely horrendous opening of moving my king in the opening, so I give myself a severe disadvantage, and then I'm going to beat you from a severely bad opening. And I remember this was the first time. I'll just bring a position up on. I was a kid, and I laughed and laughed. White plays e4. Black plays the move e5. White plays f4, the so-called King's Gambit.
King's Gambit.
Black takes the pawn. And now probably the worst move on the board was championed not once but on a number of occasions by the first world chess champion, Wilhelm Steinitz. And he played the move b2, b3.
Oh, wow.
Probably the worst move on the, one of the worst moves on the board. And this move is so bad because, of course, it invites queen h4 check, g3 loses on the spot. It's not the bomb cloud. It was a predecessor of the bomb cloud, king e2. And now the question to you, Naji, is what is the move b3 all about? If your king is on e2, what is White's goal?
Fianchetto the bishop? Oh, Fianchetto the king.
Fianchetto the king.
Wow,
So
king
White's
d3,
idea.
king
Yes,
c3, king
yes,
d2.
yes. And Steinitz would go on to beat his opponents on the white side of this position, which is horrifying. It's a
Wow.
terrible, terrible
I
position.
think I would quit chess if I lost like that.
That's what the bomb cloud is all about. How about you, Var? Have you ever deliberately played an absolutely awful opening just to send a message to your opponent like, you should quit chess?
Not a bomb cloud or anything like that, but I actually used to play the first move before when I was a kid.
The orangutan?
Yes.
Well, that's
yeah.
perfectly okay.
Yeah, and I had some success with it. I developed like a little system that I would get these positions. I didn't have any advantages or anything, just the playable positions. I did win some games against pretty strong players like 22, 2300 level player, but also lost some big games. I lost to Ruslan Ponomaryov in one of the world youth championships with that opening.
Okay, the orangutan b2, b4. Yeah, but the bomb cloud is, you know, early king. And
I think it's fun to
Hikaru,
play in the bullet.
Yeah, but
In
for
bullet games, they're fun.
Yeah, but for Hikaru, who has this, you know, marvelous chess following, and he's doing all of the streaming, and he's just having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But he knows that he's being this kind of poking towards his opponent. But thank you for the question. And again, let's just check in on Richie's current position. He has played c4, which is a prelude.
Duda's playing again with the pawn. The bad
Yeah,
habits
the
die
bad
hard.
habits. Bad habits die hard, absolutely. And I remember the first time, a friend of mine, Michael Spiegel from the Pacific Northwest, he said, "Yeah, sir, I got really bad news for you." I go, "Really? What's the bad news?" He says, "Soviet Union has created two enormous geniuses." "Who are they?" I said, "Vasily Ivanchuk and Boris Gelfand." I go, "What's so special about them?" Just look at their games. They're geniuses. Okay. So the first time I played Vasily, he spent 5 hours looking at the ceiling. Like he was always looking. 4 hours into the game, I started looking at the ceiling too. Like there must be something going on up there. So he's got the whole macrocosmic world that he was analyzing. And then I played Boris Gelfand, and Boris was looking at E0. He had his eyes cast down, and he was like flicking the pieces, and he would be focused. So he's in the microcosm.
I see.
Vasily is in the macrocosm, and yeah, between the two of them, they had all the worlds covered. And I said, "Michael, you got it right."
Yeah, he was right, for
He
sure.
was right. Move bishop f6. Suddenly, perked everybody up. That move did not get the seal of approval, VAR. What happened?
Yeah, looks like an inaccuracy. It looks like an inaccuracy, and now actually bishop b7 is very strong. So let's take a look at the following line now.
Okay.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7, yeah.
Now threatening the move bishop c8 to pick up the pawn. Again, we
Clear.
want to pick up this pawn when we have the pawn on e3. We don't really
Obviously.
want to play that. So you have to play either king d8 or king d7, one of these.
Let's
So
go king
say
d7.
King
That's
d7.
most logical.
Now we can play bishop d5 is one option.
King e7.
King e7. And perhaps we can go for this move c5 here.
Oh.
Takes.
c4. Pardon me, b5.
b5, yeah. And now we have
I-
this b6. This is one option. Now evaluation is slowly increasing here. And if you play king d6, now we can
Well,
actually
that's
just take the
f7
pawn.
pawn,
Yeah,
yeah.
that drops the f7 pawn. So I think the problem is, if you remember, guys, in some of these lines, we actually had a bishop where we were playing the move f6.
Right.
And then bishop f8. Remember, we had
Yes.
that defensive idea, king d6, bishop f8. But now you don't have that because the bishop is on f6. So I think this is the main problem here. And if you play bishop g7, king c4, attacking the pawn on c5, and bishop b2, b6. Now the threat is very strong, b7. And we're going to be able actually to win this pawn on f7 cleanly and then still have a chance to pick up the f5 pawn. For example, if king d7, bishop takes f7. This
Bishop
position.
c1.
Bishop c1. The line continues still. King d3.
And after king c6, you lose the f5 pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, king
bishop
c6, bishop e6. Again, it's...
It still looks like a draw to me.
Yeah, two connected passed pawns, though. I'm going to be able to go
But
king
I have a
f3.
C pawn.
And now we have,
Oh,
there is c4 here, for example.
King e2.
King e2.
And I'm going to go king f3, bishop c2, e4, and e5.
And I put my black king goes to e6 or f6.
Okay, but with the pawns on f4 and e5,
Yeah.
the c pawn is not even a distraction.
Right.
I've got that under control.
One idea we have
Wow.
to keep in mind, guys, in this endgame, if black can sacrifice the bishop for the 2 pawns and get the king in time to g7, we'll have the wrong color bishop. So that could be another very
Factor.
important idea for this position.
Exactly.
So in that position we're just discussing, with the black king on f6, white's bishop on c2, and pawns on e4 and f4, black
Right.
can just wait and sacrifice the bishop once you push e5. And
Okay.
just run with the king to g7, right?
I'm trying to catch up with you. You just you're too fast.
Sorry.
So no, it's good. It's good. I love it. Your
So we had-
enthusiasm is contagious. B5. What were we playing? Bishop d6.
King d6, bishop f7.
Yes. Go, girl, go. I was moving my bishop, doing something. Go ahead. Tell me how we got that position again.
VAR, can you help us out, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have bishop f7.
Yeah.
And let's see here. Move 44. Actually, there is also king e8 possibility here. Just try to defend here. But that line we got was king e7,
Yeah.
c5,
Yeah.
bc, b5, and we were looking at the move king d6.
Right,
here.
and after bishop takes f7.
Bishop takes f7.
Bishop. Well, or maybe we
we
played
didn't
king
look at it,
c4
right.
or something. How did
Actually,
we
we played, sorry, instead of king d6, we played move 46, bishop g7.
Okay.
Bishop g7.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, and then king c4, bishop b2.
Okay, so b5, bishop g7, king c4, bishop b2. Right. And then it was somehow b6,
B6,
king
king
d6,
d7.
bishop takes, bishop c1, king, bishop. And we were getting here, and you were telling me how you were going to do this. Go
right,
ahead.
so black king goes to e6 or f6.
Okay.
You put bishop on c2 at some point.
Right.
Just discussing the position. So king e6, you push e4, and I stand with bishop on b2. And as soon as you push e5, I take.
Munch. So
Yes.
let's just do that for a second. And the whole point is that
Let's say king f6, right?
that you're waiting for the move e5, so you're waiting for this opportunity. Even though I'm a bishop up, I can't promote my H pawn because your king will be stuck in, will be happily in the corner. Here, though, are you sure you're going to be able to get that? Let's say for argument's sake, we're just going to make some moves. I get to play king g4.
Say bishop f6.
Okay.
Oh, now I want to be able to get my king in time.
I'm hoping I will zugzwang you.
Yeah.
Tom
That's a
is all
possibility.
enthusiastic
You also have
about
bishop
zugzwang.
a2 there, Yasser. Bishop a2 is very strong.
Oh, apologies. Yes, of course it is. Bishop a2 and thump.
Right.
Right. So.
Yeah, zugzwang is an option for sure.
Yeah, these protected passers.
Without the h pawns, this position would be a draw, actually. But with the h pawns, it's not going to be easy.
Even though it's the wrong colored h pawn,
Yeah.
it's the fact that they exist is what it's all about there. Okay, so suddenly Richard is being presented with a real opportunity. Again, this is the current position, and it's based upon this idea of being able to play a pawn breakthrough, essentially, c5 and b5. Bishop d7, king d7, bishop d5, king e7, c5 and b5.
But with accurate play, it should still be a draw, right? I think that was what VAR told us last time.
With accurate play, it was a draw when the bishop was on g7.
Oh.
You got this opportunity of playing f6 and bishop, but because he put his bishop on f6, it might be he blew it. That bishop on f6 could be the losing move. And by the way, wasn't that a losing move while he was doing the fidgeting and everything
Are we
else?
going to blame the bad habits?
Of
for bad
course,
moves?
of course. Cure yourself.
Guys, I'm looking at the king e8 idea in this position that I have. Let's see, just to see if maybe he can play this way, king e8 here instead of the king e7 move.
Okay.
But looks like white can actually just play c5 here. And if you take back, we've been looking at this b5 idea all the time, but now just b takes c5.
Okay.
And the idea is try to bring the king to b5 here. And the bishop is still really passive now on f6. So let's say bishop to d8, trying to activate the bishop via a5. So now king b4.
Stopping it, yep.
And king e7.
Okay.
King b5. So let's say you play f6. And king c6, trying to put the king on b7 and then play the move c5. So c6. So bishop a5, king b7.
This is just domination.
King d7.
Yeah.
And
bishop g2 to h3.
Yeah, bishop g2 we can play, or also even bishop f7. But let's say bishop g2, yes.
Yeah.
Bishop g2 and bishop d8, bishop h3, king e6.
And push the pawn.
Push the pawn, king d6.
This has to be zugzwang.
And the
now,
question is
bishop
if this
f5.
is winning, this position.
Yeah. This has to be.
How is it winning?
Because
So
we
it's
can
Because
get that
E4,
position
E5, and
with
C6.
the wrong color bishop. We can
But I
get
can
that
take
actually.
Well, after c7, I'll take it.
So we might be getting that position. Yes,
Wise guy, huh? Nice. I'm tasered. Wait a minute. So we get a position where he's 2 pawns up and he gets his fabulous king on b7, and I can't run you out of moves? No. Must be winning. That position that you have in front of you. It's only 1.5?
Yeah, this is just because there's just no really good plan. This is actually a very good defensive mechanism here with the king on d6 and the bishop on d8. And every time we try to make progress, let's say
no way.
Bishop a5, e4,
No way.
and I'm just going to play this moves, bishop a5 to bishop d8.
Okay, go ahead and put the bishop on c2, bishop g4.
Bishop g4, okay.
Right?
Bishop a5, only move.
Right, bishop d1.
Bishop d1.
Bishop d8.
Yeah, again, only move.
Bishop to bishop to c2.
Bishop
And now I want to play f5 and e5. Like, I want to get the breakthrough that way.
So let's say we start with f5.
Okay.
Bishop D8.
Bishop d8 again.
Right. I don't know if I need h3 or not, but e5 is the idea, right?
To take with the pawn.
And you have to take with the pawn, and then I want to go
But I'll be right there with king e6.
Oh, the bishop has to be on b3. I apologize.
Okay.
So in this position, if my bishop was on b3, then I could play f6. Oh, but then you'll use you'll use your e pawn as a
F7.
decoy.
King e7. C7, I take, and e3.
And
I think black still makes it just in time.
Wow, you're right.
And
the e pawn's a decoy.
Few moves on the board.
Yeah, we have some moves now, guys. King
Please.
e4, bishop h3 was played.
Okay.
He didn't go for the bishop b7 idea, so bishop h3.
And the bishop h3. Okay, so essentially after the move c4, bishop f6, he didn't go for any of these bishop b7 and bishop d5 ideas. Richard went for the most direct, pardon me, apologies for my cough, bishop h3, king e6, e4 on the board. Now, a moment ago, our e4 move would always be answered by bishop h6. Now he doesn't have that, and he's got to play bishop d4. So bishop d4, we get to take the pawn with a check.
Right. But I think black will still be able to get the f4 pawn in the next move or so, right, with bishop e3.
Okay, let's see it, because it's going to be one of those moments where I go king a4 to b5.
Guys, very important move right now. King e7 is the only move, because you don't want to put it on d6 because of the e5 tempo.
Right, makes
and
sense.
This is very, very important move now. King e7.
If we go king a4,
bishop e3,
bishop e3,
king b5. Excuse me.
King
and now
d6,
just
maybe?
king d6 to bring the king to c7.
I think we're looking at this position, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, so if I go h3, then you go king c7, yes?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That is just when I thought I had the game in the bag there.
It's deeply engraved in me that opposite
Bishops
color
of-
bishops are just
Opposite
a
color, guys. The opposite color bishops, yeah?
even with
two pawns,
two
yeah.
extra pawns, yes.
It's deeply
But
ingrained.
I've been proven wrong many times in my own games, so
That fortresses
yeah.
don't work.
Not against Magnus, they don't.
They don't work. Magnus will teach us. Bishop takes f5 check, king e7, crucial moment. And tell me about the times of the players in this moment.
Right, at the moment Richard has 12 minutes on the clock and
Okay.
Duda has 15 minutes. So they both have plenty of time for this kind of
And
position.
they'll get their 30-second bonus, but that's all the time they'll get from
Yes.
now on. Yeah,
No more 30-minute increment.
that's what I meant, yeah.
But yeah, this is a lot of time for them in this position. And like you said earlier, it's pretty easy for black to play, except maybe right now.
Right.
He needs to make one precise move, king e7. And after that, it's pretty clear how black should defend.
Right. There was this one game I had. It was against a Romanian grandmaster. I think his name was Ghetescu. I'm not 100% sure. But I had been asked. And it was like this moment of great happiness. What's your longest combination? What's your longest combination? And I said 29 moves.
Wow.
Right. Thank you. Hey, I got my winner. 29 moves. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous. But the idea was it was a bishops of opposite color, where it was a pawn breakthrough. And you could calculate it actually very easily because of, you know, like what we've seen, these pawn breakthroughs. And it was like 29 moves, and yeah, you sacrifice the pawn, and then it was a breakthrough, and then another breakthrough. So, yeah, but it sounds really impressive.
I mean, it still is, even in
Right, but it's opposite
color.
color bishop, so
Still.
it's easy to calculate some of these variations at times. But bishop takes f5, king e7 on the board, Var?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Your longest combination?
Yeah, my longest combination, I can't think of it exactly right now, but I had some games that maybe I calculated maybe 7, 8 moves.
Right.
Like started with a sacrifice and then just had to go through all the variations.
Right, nice. Yours? Just, I mean, and it can be simple positions too.
I don't know, 2 moves, 3 moves.
Don't make me laugh. I'll go into a coughing fit.
I'm a pretty intuitive player, so a lot of times I will start with a sacrifice and not know exactly how it's going to end.
But it's got to be good.
But I have the intuition that I will figure it out as we go on.
It's got to be good, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have a tweet as we wait for the question of King E7, forced move. Coming up.
He did play King E7, by the way.
He did. This one is from Patrick Daly on YouTube.
The question is, how would you alter the playing/tournament conditions to desensitize draws or incentivize more risky play?
You know, I'm sorry. I know what the questioner is trying to provoke, you know, like as if there's some beautiful magical switch that makes everybody play their inner Tal. You know, to me, chess is a perfect game. It's just, it is a fantastically good game. And if, you know, players like Nepo and Ding sit down and they play their A game and they sacrifice and do everything they can, most of the games are going to be drawn.
Right.
All I'm interested in is a game that has a great deal of content, that they're not just playing, you know, well-rehearsed drawing variations. And I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it in this tournament. I'm seeing that the players are really trying to create positions where there's mutual risk, like we saw today with Deac and Nepo. And, you know, again, I just take it with a grain of salt that there's going to be a lot of draws, because that's when the players are just playing really, really well.
Right.
And that doesn't bother me. Again, so long as they're out there, you know, challenging one another, I'm a happy camper.
Yeah. I love draws. Let's
You
start
do?
there. Yes,
You do?
I love
Okay.
making draws. I have so many tournaments where I would have 7 draws in a row.
Wow.
But to answer the question, I think the one way to incentivize players to maybe play a little bit more aggressively is a different scoring system.
Okay.
Where we have 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
Okay, that's
Right?
yeah. That doesn't change anything, right?
Did I do it wrong?
You wanted to perhaps
2.5.
suggest 3 points
3.
for the win,
You're right.
like
3.
the soccer.
Like soccer.
Like yes, exactly. And I think there's been a number of tournaments where that has happened, and I believe that Magnus Carlsen actually won one of those tournaments where he was way behind, but thanks to an incredible streak at the end where he won, let's say 3 in a row, he got 9 points, and he ended up tying or winning first. One of the things that I really salute Norway Chess on this one was they had this idea that the players made a draw, then they would immediately play an Armageddon game.
I would not support that.
and then you get this, you know, half point or one extra for the Armageddon. And the idea was, you know, like, you know, you want to see a win from each
No, that's
round.
interesting, but that's very hard on the players.
But wonderful for the spectators.
Absolutely.
How about you, Var? Jump right in. Do the players need more incentive? I love brilliancy prizes, by the way. I think that's nice. But sorry, I interrupted you.
No, absolutely. I think the way it is right now, it's fine. I know there were some other tournaments previously. They used the soccer system with 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw. And but I think with the extra prizes, we have the brilliancy prize in some of the tournaments. I think it's going to motivate the players. And what we have here in Grand Chess Tour, no draw offers, that's going to result, I think, also in more decisive games and more complete games. And we're not going to see those short 15, 20 move games too often. I think at the moment it's fine, and players already motivated. I mean, the prize fund, for example, for this tournament is so big, so they need to win games to win the tournament. So I think there is already a good motivation for them to try their best to win.
Absolutely. As we prepare ourselves for a break, we'll just remind everybody of our results thus far on this round 2.
Right, we had a first board draw between Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley.
Wesley very happy. He came into today with 1 point.
Yes.
So a draw.
I think MBL is happy too because he was unhappy with the opening.
True.
And then we have Giri Firouzja draw And one win in this round by Nepomniachtchi against Deac. And Caruana, pretty quick draw.
Right, and one game remaining. Richard's in pole position. Can he pull it off? We'll find out on the other side of the break.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 8th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of round 2 of Bucharest, Romania. As we see, we only have one game remaining, as 3 games have been drawn. 1 game was a win for Nepo, as he is currently tied with Wesley So. And we think that Richard is going to join them in a tie, as he is enjoying a winning advantage against Duda. I bring up the game position where, as we were going on break, we were saying to ourselves, King E7 was the only move to draw the game. Should he have found King E7, remarkably enough, we think the game would have been drawn. He did play King D6, and immediately the table base was able to show us that this position is actually winning, thanks to the move Bishop G4. That's the only winning move, by the way. And after the move H3, if White is allowed to play H3, F5, King here, it's a very, very easy win. After H3, what this move does is it forces a trade of 1 more pawn. Bishop takes H3, Bishop down to G1. After King A4, Bishop takes H2, F5. We immediately go into a table base, and remarkably enough, the table base tells us with complete, absolute certainty that C5, B takes C5, B takes C5 is winning.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising because...
For you and I both, right?
I always thought you needed 3 squares.
Yeah, files. Yeah, 3 rows between. So you and I would immediately say, oh, yeah, well, if the pawn were on G5, this is absolutely a winning position. And this is another way of doing it is maybe with the king.
Have them far enough. Farther the better, right?
In principle, yes. And I think I could have done it that would have forced you to capture with the pawn, right? Somehow. But in any case, Var, you were the one that pointed it out. Table bases. I'm not going to argue with the table base.
Absolutely, Yasser. Actually, in this position that we have on the screen right now, there is even a move F6 here that White can play. And it looks like that move is also winning. We can look at some of the lines now. And if he plays here F6, and the idea is to put the pawn on F7. So bishop goes to E5, F7, trying to promote. And very important that if you play King E7, try to win the pawn, there is this move Bishop E6.
Clear.
And so this is one option. So let's say you play the move Bishop G7. You try to defend this way. Now King will go to A4, King C7. Now King B5, Bishop F8. And now looks like we can move the bishop to D5 or even just go immediately for the C5.
Right.
Takes, pawn takes C5.
And again, your table base is popping up, and I can see
bishop G7, now King C4. And the king is eventually going to go to G8 here. So bishop F8, King D5.
And by the way, Richard has played F6.
Yeah, bishop E7, bishop G2, bishop F8, and now we have C6. And we're going to maneuver the king all the way to H7 here.
Yeah.
And there is no good way to defend both pawns because they're split up the exact way that we need it here to be able to, and now here, just King H7. Yeah, and looks like, Duda resigned and
as he recognized the inevitability of what you were showing, the white king will come to G8, cost black his bishop, and Duda is going to leave the playing hall in deep disgust, and I'm with him 100%, because there was no way he was losing this game. He just kind of took his eye off the ball, played that
just
move
relaxed
B5,
a little bit
traded
too early.
The rooks, and once he saw bishop takes D1 and B4, it was bad news. It was very, very bad news. Remarkably, that leaves us with 3 players tied for first.
Yeah.
First win for white in this tournament.
And the first win for white. Wow. Okay, excellent. As Richard Rapport, Wesley So, and Jan are all tied with 1.5 out of 2. As I guess we're getting ready to have Richard. In the meanwhile, lay the table for tomorrow's pairings.
Yes,
if you
let's
please,
take a
Naji.
look. Who's playing tomorrow? We have Fabiano Caruana against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Wow, nice.
And what to say about this one? Nepomniachtchi against Deac.
They haven't played each other enough recently.
No, they have not.
Exactly.
Then we have Duda against Deac,
Right.
Firouzja against Rapport,
Right.
and Wesley against Anish, Giri.
Very nice. And I wouldn't want to be in Deac's position right now because Duda is like, he's throwing lightning bolts, and he's saying, okay.
I have to recover tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we get, I hope we get a chance to interview Richard. Richard is always good for. He's always a good interview. By the way, there was a question that the tweet had asked, what is also distractions? And there was one, Sammy Reshevsky was the worst. He loved these really hard rock candies. So they were always wrapped in these really tight plastics. They make as much noise as possible. He'd pop them in his mouth and he'd do one of these. Oh my God. I mean, the tournament hall would empty because this.
That's worse than chewing gum.
Exactly. It's terrible. Eating at the board. No.
Yes, that's
Also,
a big no-no.
Eating at the board. So those were more distractions that we forgot to mention.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Var, this game, I mean, even though Duda blew it, he had more chances to save the game. It was like he kept offering the point.
Absolutely, yes. It's probably the most unpleasant way to lose a game. If you make a blunder, at least you know you made a really bad move and you lost the game. But here, he played this b5 move and put himself in a real big trouble. And then he got back into the game after Richard allowed him with the king e2 move. And where he almost had a draw here, just had to find a move, king e7. He made that blunder with king d6, allowing e5 check and e6, and giving Richard the victory. Very unpleasant.
You guys are doing terrible. Nobody. I mean, 3 players tied for first, and not one of us got any of them.
It's a long tournament.
It's a long tournament. We still like where we stand as round 2 goes into the history books.
Right, we have 3 co-leaders, Wesley Fabiano Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi with 1.5 points.
World champion being Liren in the chasing pack.
Right, along with Anish, Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Richard Rapport with 1 point.
Actually, Rapport has 1.5 instead of Fabiano. Rapport instead of Fabiano.
Our graphic artist really must like Fabi. Did Megan pick Fabi? Kind of promoted. Richard got demoted in that graphic, but it's actually Richard.
Yes.
You're right.
I see, right. So Fabiano and Richard
Right.
need to be switched. Okay.
But for a moment there, I was going with the flow. That looked pretty good. That looked pretty good.
I believed myself when I read it.
Exactly. We're trained that way. And as we get Richard wired up, one of the things I'm noticing, Var, again, you're doing a lot of theory these days, opening theory, is the players have really mixed up their openings, and I've got to say I love that. It's not like everybody's in lockstep fashion with one another.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't just play the same openings over and over like maybe 15, 20 years ago. You have to mix it up. You have to play d4, sometimes c4, start out with knight f3. You really have to be unpredictable to make it a lot harder for the other players to prepare against you, to spend more time. Instead of prepping for 1 or 2 hours, they spend maybe 3 hours. So that's why having a more broad opening repertoire is very important these days.
Exactly, and Fabi with his knight a5. But let me interrupt myself and say, let's jump to Bucharest. Cristian with the winner.
Richie, I thought this game is going to be over 2-3 hours ago. What just happened?
Yeah, I kind of shared your ideas and enthusiasm also about the game finishing very quickly. No, I don't know. In the opening, I kind of forgot to play a4. I think I played this.
At what point?
Against Fiddler.
Did he surprise you with this idea, knight d7, knight b6?
Yeah, I played a game against Fiddler, against Peter in a Singfield Cup some years ago. And I think I played a4 at some point, but I couldn't recall it instantly or knight c3. And it was the same thing actually. But then he went
somehow knight f6 and then queen d7 after queen d3, so g6. Yeah, I think this is maybe a bit better for white, I had a feeling. But obviously, if a4, a5 included, it would have been a better structure for
It would
me.
help your cause. You have some bishop
Yeah,
d2,
yeah, yeah.
maybe attack the
Yeah,
pawn at
also
some
like
point.
after when I play a b3, c4, like in the extremely far future, the structure is just simply more pleasant. So I thought, I went for this cute idea with knight a4. I was quite happy about this, but then right away after h6, I kind of missed. I think I should have just captured an f6 and queen b3. Maybe some slight pressure with this opposite colored bishops playing for c4 in a decade or something, yeah. And then queen e7 was played, and here, yeah, my original idea was to take on f6, obviously. But here, once
For whatever reason,
yeah, that's an impossible move to make. Yeah,
we cannot make moves. There we go.
Ah, okay, yeah, and
It's
queen takes
connecting,
a3,
yes.
and bishop g7, king g7, ba3, and the problem is, yeah, whatever. The
Yes.
point is that the knight is arriving, and I'm not on time to create anything. And then I decided, okay, I will at least have a rest day. Yeah.
And that's what we thought as well.
Yeah.
We thought that we're going to interview you 2 hours ago after a draw.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was he missed, he got careless, obviously, because he thought everything is a draw. The good news is that he has these double pawns, so, and my bishop on b3 is quite amazing, so, like, I'm not at risk at all. And he wanted to, probably wrap the game up very quickly with a4, b5 idea. And he missed, obviously, bishop takes d1.
When you saw b5, did you understand that you're starting to get some chances? in
Yeah,
the
of course.
position?
I saw this as like my kind of last trick. Obviously, I don't know. I guess maybe still a draw. I don't know if it's winning for white or not.
Yeah.
But it was quite clear to me that he wanted to swap the rooks and play b4 and liquidate.
Yeah.
And I was quite I'm not saying I was quite proud, but like bishop takes d1 is a nice move to make. And obviously he kind of missed it, based on his speed of playing b5 quite quickly and before. And yeah, this endgame, I thought maybe he should have gone for f4 here, but I'm not so sure if.
I think this was the computer's
Yeah, I'm not
move
so
as
sure
well.
if this is a draw or this is lost already. But
And
like
then you take and g5, right?
it felt like or bishop h4 first. It felt like a better drawing chance. But this is super desperate. This kind of f4.
Yeah.
And it could be just that he's just losing. So obviously it's very hard psychologically to.
Did this type of situations ever happen to you? And what are those emotions when you realize, okay, I'm not finishing the game anytime soon. I'm actually going to be tortured for the next 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I sometimes was on the receiving end of things. Sometimes I was, like today, I'm the beneficiary of these changes. It's not a good feeling to have, obviously, if you're, in trouble.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is the game, and if I learned something from my recent experience and with the guys on the highest level, that the game is basically somehow never over, until it's over. So you have to be careful, It's not my proudest moment, obviously, to win this game. Even afterwards, obviously, I'm not so sure.
It's a great
But,
game.
but sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get lucky this way. So I obviously take the win. I don't know if I missed something. Knowing myself, it's very
I
likely.
think at some point maybe you let him back in the game, but
yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I didn't.
It's very unclear. The engine.
Yeah, I
is
didn't see for him
always
the
jumping
exact
around.
draw, but at some point he came up with this very
I believe
creative.
this was the moment. So after bishop to h3, king d6, and then we shuffle the pieces a bit. Oops, excuse me. And you played this move. King to e6, bishop to f1, and then after you grab the second pawn, bishop to d4, take on f5, and now king to e7 instead of king
but
to
I
d6.
thought king e7. Actually, I wasn't sure. I thought it's winning king a4.
King a4,
King
and now-
d8.
And now king to
yeah,
d6.
the same idea. No, bishop g4. I thought this is just a win.
King to c7.
And then f5. And if h3, I have e5, bishop f4, h3. Bishop goes to h5. I provoke f6, c5, and then king g4, e5. I break. Yeah. I felt like it's kind of a reasonable sequence.
And perhaps this is what he was worried about as well.
Yeah, with the pawn on h4, sometimes there are these issues. Yeah, like just put the bishop to d5, pawn to c5, and king to g4. Or pawn to c6, actually, as a matter of fact. I didn't see, at least. Maybe I'm missing something, but it felt like kind of like I said, it could be that I'm missing something. It could be that his king is fast. I don't know.
Yeah. Even so, he was falling down on time as well. He was having huge problems with his time at this point, a lot of pressure, and you were able to take the full point home. This is an encouraging sign for you and an encouraging start to the tournament as well. How are you feeling right now?
Not really encouraging, you know. I mean, the game should have ended in 20 moves draw. But yeah, certainly a nice feeling to start with start on +1, you know, I'd say. I mean, I clearly don't deserve +1 out of these two games, but you know, sometimes things happen that you don't deserve one way or another. So
you take it.
This is life, yes.
Congratulations, Richie. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cristian, thank you. Richard, another self-deprecating Richie. It's not surprising that Liren and Richie somehow found one another in our world. Var, make some summations. We're going to ask Cristian to do the same. We're going to call it the broadcast. What did you think of this round two?
Another very exciting round. Yasser, we have two decisive games. The Richie Rapport's win came out of nowhere. We were expecting this to be a draw, but Jan showed that he's ready to fight, and winning with a block piece against Deac, you know, proved that he's in good shape. I think he can do really, really well in this event. So overall, a great day, I think. Now it's a three-way tie for the first place. So I'm excited and looking forward to the remaining rounds in this tournament. And back to Cristian in Romania.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree with you more as we get ready for round three, but let me throw it to Cristian in Romania. And Cristian, your take on round two.
Yeah, it was just another exciting day of chess here in Bucharest, Romania. I did not anticipate as many decisive results. I was understanding that Nepo is getting quite significant chances, at least practical chances. Forget about the objective evaluation of the engine saying that it's 0-0-0. It wasn't like that because Deac was falling behind on the clock and definitely Nepo was increasing the pressure in the position. I felt like he could get the full victory, but I have to say, Richie getting a victory in that game was just an incredible feature in this round, and I'm looking forward to see what these players are going to bring to the chessboard tomorrow. Very exciting tournament so far, guys.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Cristian. We look forward to tomorrow's round. Once again, as we close our broadcast, these are the standings.
Right, we have
after two exciting games. And these are the correct standings.
Right, the co-leaders are Wesley, Richard Rapport, and Jan Nepomniachtchi with 1.5 out of 2.
World champion Liren, only 2 draws.
Right, and then we have few players with 1 point, Anish, Giri, MVL, and Fabiano Caruana.
Right, and Duda, Daniel, and Alireza are with half a point because we've got 3 people with 1 point, 3 people with not so many points. Wonderful, and it was our pleasure to be broadcasting. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Get ready with your questions for tomorrow, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Well done.
All right.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Great. It's all good.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.